You're always surprised it's not, but this is, wow.
I mean, that's not just a few grand. That's tens of thousands of dollars.
$40,000.
I'm waiting for the Beanie Babies. Come on, Beanie Babies.
I don't know. I had a bunch of those too.
Garage full of them.
Got a lot of Disney stuff in the garage.
My parents.
Here in Central Florida?
They're in Houston.
Oh, they're with Mama.
Yep. That does it for us. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here on GDO Extra.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Bye.
Go Magic, by the way.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got a lot going on today, but we are going to start by tracking the latest in the Florida governor's race. I want to give you a live look right now in Lakeland, where candidate Byron Donalds, who is also a Republican congressman, is joined by the Polk County Sheriff in Lakeland. They're at Reescliff Family Diner there. And the candidate, Congressman Donalds, you see there, taking some questions right now. He's been endorsed by the Polk County Sheriff. We heard from the Sheriff just a few minutes ago. Now Byron Donalds speaking and answering some questions. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Because the number one thing that is pissing people off in our state, husbands, just look at me, stay on me, don't look at your wives. I hear it too. I can't believe it took me an extra 20 minutes to get over there. Yes. I can't believe it took me an hour to get to lunch to go see my friends. Or I got to get home because my kids got dropped off at the bus and I got to get home to check homework. Or I want to go pick up my son and get him to his practice. Or I'm just trying to go see my daughter in cheer or in dance. These are real life situations that every Floridian is dealing with. We have to be more efficient and we have to have a plan of how we're going to manage growth into the future. I hear all the talk from people, because it's campaign season, and they all say something, a derivative of, Florida's full, build a wall. And I'm like, look, if you're talking about the southern border, you're absolutely right, build the wall. I voted for it multiple times, that's what we should be doing. But the truth is, because we are a constitutional republic, if people in New York, Illinois, California, Oregon, Washington State look at Florida and say, dang, they know what they're doing and they're smart, and they come here, I can't stop them. What we have to do is have a plan, a real strategic growth plan, so how we manage that. And if you manage it, you actually help the affordability issues in a much larger way. On insurance stuff, I said over there, we're going to do some stuff around regulations that we want to modernize in the structure of the regulatory framework of Florida's insurance markets. We're going to do that. We also want to bring price transparency. Stay tuned tomorrow. Taxes? Oh, property taxes. Come on, Jennifer, you get to answer this one. You get to deal with this one. I'm kidding.
Back in the 70s, my parents said, and I was young, so I didn't ring and didn't, not when I was that young. Back in the 70s, my parents said that they paid enough property tax as what they paid for the house. Well, this year, I did the same. My property taxes added up over 30 years of the price of the house that I paid. Right now, DeSantis is saying that he's trying to do away with the property taxes because if you own the property, you own it.
Yes.
And he's backing Jay Collins, which we love to see. But you've got some big backing too. You've got Trump, and we love him too. That's right. Definitely love Grady Judd. Thank you. But what I'm saying is, are you going to follow to try to ease the property taxes?
Yes.
Because it's getting ridiculous.
Listen.
I mean, I have a little 3-bedroom, 2-bath house in Mulberry, not even in Lakeland, which is higher than Mulberry. And mine's $2,300 a year, which adds up to almost $200 a month. Now, when you're retired, that's a chunk.
I agree. Two quick things. One, I want the governor and the legislature to be successful. They're going back into special session. I support what the governor is trying to accomplish. Because the truth is, sir, you're not a piggy bank. And none of us are. That's the truth.
After you retire,
property taxes have doubled in our state over the last decade. I also want to make this very point. The gentleman to your right, no, right there, with the cowboy hat. We have to pay him.
I know.
So our sheriff deputies, our firefighters, road construction, road management, that stuff does come from property taxes and local government funding. We got to make sure that continues. So we want to see a system where you're getting as much relief while making sure that deputy gets paid. And that's the balance we got to have. Now, last thing I will say, I want them to be successful. I hope that they are, support the governor in what he's trying to accomplish. If they're not able to get anything done, and I don't think that's going to happen, but if they're not able to get anything done, we are going to pick up the ball day one as the state's next governor. Because we do have to find ways for seniors on fixed income, people who are working hard every single day to get them the relief that they need, while also making sure that the communities of our state have the resources for public safety and for key services on the local level. That's the balance that we have to make sure we have. And right now, we'll see what the governor's plan looks like when he brings it out. We'll all study it, and then everybody will make a decision on that. I think the governor's going to do a great job putting that forward. But if they're not able to get something done, we're going to pick up that ball, because we have to make sure that our seniors on fixed income in particular, but also our young families trying to get started, that they're not priced out before the game even starts. We got to make sure they're not priced out before the game even starts. I can't get to the follow-up because I got other questions. Where we at?
Right here.
Yes, ma'am.
So my name is Consuelo Bonnie. I'm an independent.
Yes.
In Florida, I know Wall Street comes and they buy up most of the houses. We wanted to turn Florida into a real estate, a rental state property, a rental state.
Right.
So, and what that does is that it prices everyone out.
Yes.
And you're talking about young families wanting to buy a home. That would make it more difficult. So my question to you is, how would you deal with Wall Street wanting to come in to turn Florida into a rental state?
First of all, we want to make sure that we stop the hedge funds from sitting on Zillow with a $500 million line of credit and just buying stuff up. Because that's the problem. You have the hedge fund guys who are doing that. It is destabilizing the rental market. The other part of that is also the property tax system. We have people who've been in their homes for 20, 25 years, and now they're stuck. They can't even sell. Because if they sell and downsize, their property tax bill actually goes up. So they're stuck in those homes. It's happening all across the state of Florida. So you also have to make sure we bring real reforms to the property tax system in our state, so you have more inventory in the housing market where you can stabilize prices for young families coming in. I do agree about the hedge fund stuff. We want that stuff to stop. We don't want that going on, because you're distorting the market. You're not having an open market system. At the same time, there is work we have to do on the governmental side to push down the cost of construction and also allow people to sell their property if they're choosing to move on. I was with a guy in Miami, and he told me, he goes, Byron, if I sold my house, which I've been in for 30 years, my property tax bill would quadruple. So why would I sell? The portability issues in property taxes are a real problem. That has to be fixed as well.
I got a question right here.
All right, go ahead. You're allowed.
All right, so it's going to be about state law enforcement.
Yes.
So a lot of times our legislators, our governors sign laws into place, multiple laws about road safety, multiple laws about fish and wildlife safety, about our endangered species, but multiple times our FHP, our FWC officers are not getting paid enough. There's only like a $10,000 bonus signed like about 2 years ago for FHP for like $6,000. That's still not enough. A lot of times, half their budget goes into just overtime for FHP and FWC. What are you going to do about that?
First thing is you have to look at the long run of the state's budget to make sure you can make those commitments on salary. One of the reasons why there's been a lot of bonus structures done as opposed to changing base pay is because they had allotment of money for that specific point in time, and they couldn't plan out how they were going to do that going forward. One of the things that we want to do about modernizing the state's budget is because there is money in that budget that's not being spent efficiently. And then if you find that waste and you pull it out, then you can start talking about our sheriff's deputies, FHP, FWC, teachers, etc., reallocating those resources. Another big thing that we're going to need past salaries, fresh water in our state, drinking water in our state. But you got to have the resources in order to apply them. It's not the same topic, but it's about the budget overall, which is the core of your question. Right now, we're in a pathway to finish Central Everglades restoration in South Florida. That's a great thing. We need to finish that. When we're done with that project, we're going to finish that in my first term as governor. When we're done with that, the resources that the state has been putting into that, we need to be looking at the freshwater resources in Central Florida, North Florida, some of the other bays, so you're planning for the state's future while also reallocating those dollars to deputies and to Highway Patrol and FWC. So there's a way that you do this, but you've got to make sure you have the resources consistently over time before you can make that definitive promise of what you're going to put into that budget.
Thank you.
Fair?
Behind you.
Behind you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Representative Donalds. I am a registered Democrat, so even though I may get position, I do have a question for you.
Absolutely.
There's this question about the American dream that's often touted, and with President Donald Trump talking about the golden age of America. But too often that human cost for people like me, people with disabilities who depend on SSI and Medicaid and hope to achieve the better life, the American dream, the Chinese city out of here that was pronounced by President Ronald Reagan can't, because of arcane rules that limit what can we save and the limit on to obtain Medicaid, which I need to live, whether that be a personal care attendant, etc. So what will you promise today to do and to put into action if you are elected governor of Florida?
We are going to examine all of Medicaid and the other essential services to make sure that that money is actually being spent on you and not caught up in administrative bloat and waste. We know, and this is at the federal level. At the federal level, we get a report every single year from the Government Accountability Office. There's $260 billion of what they call misallocated payments every single year that comes out of the federal programs. One of the things we did in the president's agenda, One Big Beautiful Bill, was actually make sure that we can target the waste that's in these programs. Because what I mean by the waste of these programs, sir, it's not you. There are fraudulent programs, money that's going places it shouldn't be going, money that gets trapped in the system, and we just have never had the talent pool or the staffing ability to track it all and manage it all. There are tons of programs where the money goes out the door and it's not going to help you or any other people in your situation. What we want to do is modernize ACA, modernize our governmental system around Medicaid in particular, so we can find essentially those trapdoors where some of these resources are going and make sure that they apply for you, so you have those resources. The other thing we want to do is speed up the approval processes of this, but make sure the audit trails are long enough where we can track the resources that they're going where they're supposed to go. And that's one of the fundamental things we have to do. Department of Health and Human Services in Washington, D.C., they're on this right now. This is one of the reasons why they're doing the fraud and accountability checks all across America. What happened in Minnesota was the fact that it was done by Somalis who were in the country either on long-term legal status or illegally, but they were abusing our systems and they did it on purpose. And the state of Minnesota knew about it and did nothing to fix it. So that's $9 billion over 7 years. $9 billion. Do you know how many people we could actually help and provide assistance with $9 billion? Instead, it was allowed to go out the door fraudulently. Every state in America has to deal with that. We have a responsibility to manage these systems properly, modernize them, make them more efficient, so we can track every single dollar, make sure it goes where it's supposed to go, where it's intended to go, as opposed to ending up in somebody's personal slush fund when they're buying boats or whatever the heck they're doing. We're not going to continue to run government like that into the future. I'm from the business world. That was my career before politics, 17 years, banking, insurance, financial services. In the 80s, corporate America went through what was called the leveraged buyout days, where you would have, and they called them corporate raiders, you would have guys come in, buy a portion of the company, they would analyze the entire company, they would streamline operations. If there was a side business going on that wasn't to the core of the business model, they would spin that off and put it into another company. Some people hated it, some people loved it, but here was the truth. After that time, you had corporate entities that were far more lean, far more efficient, and far more focused. Government now needs to go through leverage buyouts. We have to be efficient because here's the truth. Federal government is now $39 trillion in debt. We don't have the ability to borrow money like we have in the past. We have to modernize our internal systems to make sure we're delivering resources where they are needed, as opposed to just what typically happens. We just increase the budgets, a politician will come out and do a presser, and say, we increased reimbursement rates, we're doing new money for this and new money for that, but they never checked about the old money. They didn't make sure that was going where it was supposed to go. We're going to make sure our government is efficient with all resources, so that way you can have what you need. And this isn't Republican, Democrat. This is common sense in the future of our state.
Amen.
That's what this is about. Teresa.
How are you?
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good. I was in your office about 2 months ago.
Yes.
And I want to tell you she's very, very kind, and I thank you for your service to our country and to being the next governor of our state.
Thank you.
Yes. So I wrote a bill to help ex-offenders.
Yes.
It's called Another Chance Act.
Yes.
I'm an ex-offender of over 30 years ago. I have full clearance in Polk County Jail. I've been there for 25 years preaching the gospel.
Yes.
I go all over the state of Florida with security clearance preaching the gospel. And my whole life has been changed. July 20th, 1997 at 9:30 in the morning, I was totally set free by Jesus Christ.
Amen. Amen.
Was 30 years ago, but unfortunately my 3 years has turned into a life sentence. There's 6 to 8 million ex-offenders in our country, and in Florida, 74 million in our country. What's happening is that we're still being held responsible for something that we already paid our debt. I'm over 30 years, not a violent crime, and I'm totally changed. But I still have to answer for something I did. I've been studying the Constitution, and the 8th Amendment and the 14th Amendment says after due process that you have the right to life, liberty, and justice. And sir, I'm asking for prison reform, but also pass the bill for ex-offenders so that the recidivism rate goes down. Studies have shown after 5 years that the recidivism rate goes down. So the proposal is after 5 years being off any probation or parole and you have not committed a crime, that you automatically get your constitutional rights back. That's not for violent crimes or crimes against any children. But I'm asking you, sir, to consider doing something to help us, because there's more of us that have waited than have not.
So this is a great question. I'm glad you raised it. The core of the question is dealing with if you have somebody who committed a criminal offense, they've paid their debt to society, and they've now been home, and there's been no other offense for nonviolent offenders. What about their constitutional rights? Even though you were incarcerated, you were found guilty, you had to pay your debt, whatever that means, you're still an American.
Thank you, sir.
You're still an American.
Thank you.
Now, you got to pay the price. I know Sheriff Judd will hold you accountable. We all know that. We all know that. But let's also be very clear. Once you've paid your debt, and you have a demonstrated track record where you've not gone back down that road, you are an American. Everybody knows the story of the prodigal son?
Yes.
If that's good enough for God, why is that not good enough for us? Now, I also want to be clear. There's a process around that. We want to make sure that your behavior has changed, because that's a public safety issue. The last 5.5 years in our country, we've all seen the dynamics of just gross illegal immigration and what that's done to our country. But we do have people who are in our prisons right now, or in our county jails right now. And when their time is served, shouldn't they be able to come back into the workforce? Shouldn't they be able to put a roof over their head? Shouldn't they be able, a lot of them are men, shouldn't they be able to go home and be fathers in their homes to help their kids not make the same mistakes they did? That's what we have to be looking at. So yes, we'll look at that policy. We absolutely will. Because I think it's important. You're an American. As far as I'm concerned, you paid your debt, your rights should be restored.
This discussion with Congressman Byron Donalds running for governor, speaking with voters right now in Polk County. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and get you back inside this campaign stop in Lakeland, where we are hearing from Byron Donalds, Republican candidate for governor. This may actually be wrapping up, but let's go ahead and listen in for a minute here.
Business for us, and if you got to run out, buy a pie, all right? All right, Teresa, at least 10 years, okay? Not 5 years. We're not buying 5 years, okay? God bless you guys. We got to go. Bye, Grady.
So coming to an end there, Byron Donalds, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. They are shaking hands with voters right now. We know Grady Judd has endorsed Byron Donalds in the governor's race. We have talked a lot lately about some of the dynamics of this race. Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins coming out this week and with some negative attacks on Byron Donalds as well. So things starting to heat up in the campaign. We've heard from all of our candidates this week. Byron Donalds today. We heard from Donalds and Collins the other day. And then just yesterday, heard from Paul Renner, who released his plan for regulations and restrictions on AI data centers in the state of Florida. So those are, and we should also note that James Fishback, one of the other Republican candidates, spoke at a couple of universities around the area as well this week. So a lot been going on, especially in that Republican primary. We know on the Democratic side, Jerry Demings, David Jolly have also been hosting a number of events, and David Jolly supposed to be in our area a little bit later today as well. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we are heading into the weekend, and it's going to start feeling like summer this weekend, I think.
It is. We're going to have this preview, a push of humidity, and that's the main shtick with all of this, is that as the wind shifts and our wind starts coming out of the Bahamas, we're going to start to feel a real uptick in the muggy factor, whereas you step outside, it's, let's just say we've all become really used to this dry April weather where it's felt so good with cool breezes. And while it's not going to be full-on summer where the dew point is 80, meaning if you step outside and it is 80, it gets foggy. You know, we're not talking swampy, but it is going to be like a dew point of 70. And if you know dew points, just living in Florida over the years, you know that anything over 70 starts to feel humid. All right, so right now we've got a beautiful Friday midday here, a live view from Melbourne, the Grills Riverside Camp, a light ripple there on the Indian River. So building heat and humidity tops the weather headlines. A few sea breeze showers and maybe even a downpour are possible this weekend, especially Sunday, thanks to the increase in humidity and high temperatures, which will be warming to nearly 90 degrees. So it's a summer light type of a setup for us. It won't be a widespread blossoming of numerous downpours, but we will get some storms in spots. And the mid-90s are on deck for next week. The rain chances go down as upper level high pressure moves in, and that's going to set our temperature sky high. Forecast dew points will go from the 50s to around 60 up to about 65 to 70 by the time we get to Sunday and Sunday evening. And so with that push of moisture from the south, that will be the fuel needed to get some of these sea breeze thunderstorms developing. Now for today, it's not going to be very muggy. We're going to have dew points around 60, which, you know, there's a little bit of weight to the air, but it's not going to be anything that is uncomfortable. But that could lead to a few showers. Now tomorrow or Saturday, we may have a few isolated storms developing. Most of this will not be lightning storm activity. It'll just be showers, maybe a few downpours. But anytime after 6 p.m. between, say, 6 and 8, we could have a round of a little bit of rain for some lucky communities. Not everybody's going to get it. Same story for Sunday. We're going to have a higher humidity level Sunday with those muggies rolling in, and that could result in some more widespread, more numerous activity. But the weather story this weekend isn't so much the fact that it might rain, it's that it's going to start warming up in a sustained warming trend that takes us into next week. It is going to be a different feel. We talked about a couple days ago how if you really love this cooler April weather, try and soak it in because it looks like those days may be behind us. High pressure is the reason Bermuda high pressure will be sinking southward, and in doing so, the winds rotating around high pressure clockwise will usher in our flow from the south. So the Bahamas, Cuba, that air is coming right up into Florida. Now in the upper levels of the atmosphere, because remember the atmosphere is three-dimensional, we've got a flow coming in from the west. This is a flow all the way from Mexico. In the Mexican Plateau region, the central part of the country, huge high pressures can develop over the desert plateau that get really hot. And that air mass slides off the plateau over the Gulf and into Florida. And that's what's going to be a driving force next week for highs reaching the mid-90s. And some computer models are suggesting that if the clouds stay away, North Florida, like around I-75 and I-10 near Lake City, could see temperatures approaching 100 degrees, maybe, for the end of next week. But either way, it's going to be hotter. The jet stream forced northward. But because the jet stream is somewhat close to Florida, there are also signs that as we start off the first week of May, we could see a lot more activity in the neighborhood of, in the Department of Rain, in our neighborhood. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm excited about it. We need some rain. And it looks like the first week of May may finally feature some rain. How appropriate that it's called May, because that's a season of transition. And so there's a lot of it could, it might, it may. I don't know why I had a weird British accent there. It might. Well, it may rain. My kids watch a lot of Peppa Pig, Garrett, so it slips out sometimes. So we're going to see about 84 today, close to 90 as we get into early next week, and then low to mid 90s as we round out the work week. It's going to be hot either way you slice it, whether you sound like America or you sound a little British. But
your Peppa Pig forecast.
It's funny. Well, it's funny because so I've got a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 7-year-old, and across the board they'll be like, Papa. I'm like, it's not Papa, it's Daddy. And they're like, can we go to the park? I'm like, it's a park? And no, we can't, not right now. The other one is the parking lot. Can we go? Where's the car park?
The car park.
Like,
yeah.
Where did you get this? And of course, it's funny, but it's all good.
And then they'll start spelling things with OU, color with
color
OU.
with a U, and harbor with a U. Harbor. Would you eat your vegetables? No. It's what do you do?
What can you do?
What do you do?
That's a good question. Fox 25 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You bet, Garrett. Always a pleasure. Always a lot of fun. Have a good weekend.
We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook right now. Hockey fans, are you ready for Game 3 of the Lightning and the Canadiens? That's set for 7 o'clock tonight in Montreal, and hopefully a little bit less of a nail-biter than the first 2 games of this series have been. But thankfully, that series is now tied 1-1 after a big win in overtime for the Lightning earlier this week. Joining us live now to talk about this series, we've got Paul Driscoll at the Paul Driscoll on social media, joining us live now via Zoom. And Paul, feeling a little bit better after that win earlier this week. How you feeling today as we head into Game 3?
Yeah, we chatted on Tuesday about Game 1, and we said, is it a must win? And I said, not necessarily, but you don't want to go into Montreal down 0-2. So the fact that they were able to pull that off on Tuesday, even the series, feeling much better than we did on Tuesday morning.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But even that one was another overtime game, a nail biter. I'm sure that the whole Benchmark Arena was full of folks who were nervous. So talk a little bit about that game and kind of what we saw from the Lightning that encourages you heading in to this Game 3 tonight.
So Montreal, to me, looked like the better team in the first two periods. You could feel the anxiety in the building. Just kind of like, here we go again, right? Are we going to lose another home playoff game? But we talk about the beginning of the game, and it took a while for the Lightning to get their first shot on goal. But when they got it, they made it count. It was a goal. We talked about that being one of the keys to the game, to kind of settle the nerves, get the crowd into it. But then they surrendered 2 goals to Montreal. The first one coming on the power play at the end of the first period. And that was another thing we talked about, was staying out of the box. But if they did have to kill a penalty, they needed to improve that 40% penalty kill from Sunday night. And they did that. It was at 75% on Tuesday. So penalty kill got better, scored first, but down 2-1 in the third period. And just a timely goal for Kucherov, scoring his first goal in 3 playoffs. Can't believe I'm saying that. And then obviously we get to overtime, and the Lightning took over. I mean, 9 shots on goal to 0 in overtime. And they were able to snap that home playoff game drought and not winning a game in overtime. So it was good to kind of check those things off the list.
And totally changed the complexion of the series heading into Montreal.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're going into Montreal down 0-2, that's a tough mountain to climb. Not saying they couldn't do it, but you don't want to be in that spot. So the difference between 1-1, 0-2 is monumental. And from my perspective, I would say that if they're able to split in Montreal, regain that home ice, I think you're feeling good. Obviously, let's worry about Game 3 before we worry about Game 4. But I think that if they're able to at least split, I think they'll be in a good position.
You know, we talked the other day, too, about how evenly matched this series was, and I think we just saw that again, just how tight this is likely going to be moving forward. I mean, no indications so far that either team is going to win an easy one. Whoever's going to win this is going to earn it.
Yeah, I think that when we look at the standings in the regular season, both teams finished with 106 points. I think we have a tendency to just kind of say, okay, well, the Lightning finished second, Montreal finished third, Lightning had more regulation wins. That's all true. But Montreal, we talked about it on Tuesday, great young team. I think they're maybe a tick ahead of schedule, got a great core, obviously led by head coach Marty St. Louis, former Lightning player. So I think that it's really evenly matched. If we look at the first round matchups, I would say it's probably the most entertaining and most evenly matched. You could maybe make the case for Dallas, Minnesota, but to me, I don't see a team running away with this. I think it's probably going to be a long, hard series.
Yeah. And so what are the keys tonight? Do they stay the same? Have some of the keys for the Lightning changed? What do you see as what we need to see from the Bolts in Game 3?
I think a lot of the same things are in play, but there's a couple of adjustments. One would be, since we're moving to Montreal tonight and for Sunday's Game 4, weather the storm to start the game, no pun intended. It's notoriously one of the louder buildings in the league. They have really passionate fans. That's probably going to give Montreal a boost, pushing hard as they start the game. So I think if they're able to get through that, and maybe Montreal's so amped up, they're trying to press a little. If the Bolts could, again, capitalize, score first, that'd be great. But I think if they could just weather the storm, do those first 5-10 minutes, I think that would be one of the keys. Would continue to play physical. I think that's a big point, but not reckless. I think for the most part, they did a good job of that on Tuesday. The biggest exception from my mind would be the Sabourin penalty with 2 minutes left in the third period. Not a great interference penalty to take there. Montreal actually hit the post on their power play. Had they scored there with, I think it was under a minute left, again, that we just like we talked about, the complexion of the game changes. And then finally, I think that 5-on-5 play we talked about on Tuesday, very important. 4 of Montreal's 6 goals this series have come on the power play. So continue to play very well 5-on-5, but we know they're going to play physical and probably take some penalties, so that penalty kill must be top-notch.
You mentioned that interference penalty. I was sitting there shaking my head saying, we were just talking about this with Paul. We were just talking about this.
And I mean, it looked like a carbon copy, right? Just like at the end of game 1, where we took that penalty that carried over into overtime. They score on it. They win game 1 in overtime. So it certainly felt like a little like deja vu, but glad that they were able to kill it and then head into overtime 5-on-5.
All right. So what's your prediction tonight? What do you think we're going to see when the puck drops at 7 o'clock tonight in Montreal?
So I'm notorious for not making predictions as to not jinx the team. I'm a very passionate fan and superstitious at that. So I won't make any predictions, but I think it's going to be another close game. Like I said, if they're able to just kind of weather that storm, quiet the crowd in the Bell Center, I think they'll be in a good spot to hopefully win it.
Yeah, and like you said, Paul, it is good that kind of the way the series stands right now. They don't have to win. The next 2 games. If they can split, like you said, they're still in a good position at that point.
Yeah, I think if they would have lost game 2 at home, you probably need both. Otherwise, you're going to be coming back here if you only win 1 there, down 3-1. So they split here. Probably could have won game 1, but the series is 1-1. Go up there, win tonight, and then maybe we could talk about being greedy and taking game 4. But let's take care of business tonight in game 3.
Yeah, and preferably not another overtime game. Can we all agree on that?
As long as they win, I'm fine, but I'm going to need to go see a cardiologist if we keep this up. But maybe we got that monkey off our back, right, in game 2. We won an overtime game, so maybe we'll start a streak with that, a positive streak.
All right, there we go. I like that mentality. Paul Driscoll at the Paul Driscoll on social media. Enjoy talking Bolts with you. Looking forward to the game tonight, and thanks for taking the time here this morning.
Thanks for having me again, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is the time of the week where we look ahead to the weekend, look forward to it, plan it out maybe, and try to give you some ideas of things to do. There are always so many things going on, and so to help us narrow these options down and tell us everything we need to know to get ready for whatever you might have in store for you this weekend, we've got our friends from UNation. Ashley Edwards, Director of Creative Strategy, and Sarah Barkley, Social Coordinator. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing good. You mentioned narrowed down some options for this weekend, and Garrett, we're about to give you so many incredible things. We might actually make it harder for you to decide because there's so many great things happening this weekend in Orlando.
All right. Well, we do like to have plenty of good options. It's better to have too many things than not enough. So talk us through the Spring Fling, which is happening this weekend.
This is a family-friendly free event in Orlando happening tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Sunbridge is celebrating their Spring Fling, which is a great event that's going to be happening near the St. Cloud area at Base Camp. They're going to be having a petting zoo with bunnies, goats, and ponies, live music and entertainment, stilt walkers, and roaming performers, inflatable obstacle course so you can race your kids, and sand art and hands-on activities, as well as balloon artists and bubble zones. And they're going to have gigantic lawn games like Connect Four and Jenga. This is a free event, so if you're looking to take the family out and you're on a budget, add this one to your list. Free events don't happen all the time, especially ones that include the entire family with all these free things happening. So make sure to go. It is going to be warm, so just dress for the weather, wear sunscreen, wear some shoes. This is an outdoor event, so if you have bug spray, bring that bug spray because the bugs are starting to come out now again. But overall, it's going to be a super, super fun event again happening tomorrow.
A Spring Fling going to be feeling a little bit more like summer, but nothing we're not used to already here in Central Florida. Also going on this weekend, Ashley, talk with us. This one is intriguing to me. Talk with us about Pickle Fest.
We have a festival that has an aggressive amount of pickles coming to Orlando tomorrow at the Orlando Festival Park. That's right near downtown on Robinson. It's from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. So an all day and all night pickle affair. You can get tickets. They're $15 right now online for general admission, or you can pay $20 at the gate if you're more impulsive and decide you wake up tomorrow and you really want pickles. Now, I bet you're wondering, what does a pickle festival entail? What is happening here? Well, to start, there's pickle-themed everything. They're having a special a la carte tasting pickle menu where all of the items are less than $10. And there's over 30 local vendors showing up. So you can really have a pickle-themed affair here with a bunch of different tasting options. They're also going to have pickle-themed inspired beverages. So in case you ever wanted to know what a pickle cocktail tasted like, you can find out tomorrow. They also have live music, and they have 3 different bands lined up for performances all throughout the day. And there's also a pickle-themed craft marketplace with over 90 vendors showing up for all of your pickle-themed merch. There's also free axe throwing happening to really get that adrenaline pumping, and a free kid zone for those tiny humans. And speaking of tiny humans, children under 8 years old get in for free. So this is a really great family-friendly event as well. If you got some kids that are obsessed with pickles, this is the place to go. Also, I have to mention, they have a pickle mechanical bull, which I just need to see for myself. And of course, it's not a pickle festival without a pickle eating contest to test your limits. So if you are a fan of pickles, Orlando, we found the event you have to go to this weekend.
Yeah, very curious about the pickle mechanical bull. Also, I was kind of hoping you would make this is a really big dill comment so that I didn't have to make that awful pun, but here we are.
Missed opportunity, but Garrett, you get credit. I'll give it to you.
I don't know if that's credit I want, but I guess I'll take it. But I think it's funny, like how there's pickle everything now. Like clearly there's an appetite for this. I mean, you see pickle flavored popcorn, all kinds of pickle flavored stuff, and so that people are going to be out there and just eating this up.
I was checking the ticket prices for you guys this morning just to make sure I have the most accurate prices, and early bird sold out. VIP is sold out. The only tickets I have available are general admission. So there is definitely a huge demand for this pickle festival in Orlando, which is so exciting to see. And tickets are still available. So if this speaks to you, this is a big deal. So
good one. Yeah, that was,
thank you.
I like that. Yeah. And Sarah, talk with us about the International Vegan Food Festival also going on this weekend.
There's another great food festival if you're looking to try vegan food or you are vegan and you've noticed that the vegan options have started to kind of disappear in Orlando. We used to be a huge vegan city. Not to worry, Wall Street Plaza tomorrow from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. and that afternoon time is going to be having that vegan food festival with a ton of different vendors. So you can try a little bit of everything. Maybe you've never had vegan food and you want to try a vegan chicken sandwich. Now is your time. Honestly, I kind of like it. Like, I'm kind of a fan of the vegan food and vegan style. Of course, this is cruelty-free food. And not only will they be having vegan vendors, they're going to be having a couple of other things like a hula hoop contest, a fitness chat, a juice chug, a cinnamon bun challenge, a burger eating challenge, an ice cream eating challenge. Of course, they're going to be having all these great food challenges. And at 6 p.m., a dance-off. So if you want to show off your moves and grab some vegan food, it's going to be a great day. Again, plan ahead for that parking. Since it is in downtown, you will have to park either on the street or in those garages. So just plan ahead, make sure you have plenty of time to get there. If you get there a little bit earlier, of course, your chances are going to be higher to get those great vegan items before they sell out. So if you have an afternoon free and you'd rather go then because that's when all the food's going to be available. And of course, make sure you are prepared to pay cashless. Most vendors are cashless these days. So just bring that Apple Pay, that wallet, and be ready to eat. Come hungry because there's a lot of options on that Wall Street Plaza.
So fill up on the vegan food and then burn it off in the dance-off.
Exactly.
Okay, good strategy. And also, we've got another home game this weekend for the Orlando Storm. Have y'all been out there yet to one of these games?
We are going for the very first time tomorrow. Sarah and I both are having a little bonding day, and we're so excited. And this is the first season of the Orlando Storms and only the second home game that we've had here in Orlando. So it's going to be the perfect opportunity to really get in with the hype as we are building it up. And here's a couple things to know about the Orlando Storm. And this is maybe your first time hearing about it or you don't really know much about it. They are Orlando's first UFL league right here in downtown Orlando at the Co Stadium. You might know Co better for maybe hosting the Orlando City or the Orlando Pride soccer games and soccer teams. Their mascot is called Kratos, and Kratos is the storm god because the Orlando Storm brings that thunder. We are so ready. Their colors are purple and orange. So we'll be repping the colors as we go to the game tomorrow. And tickets right now online are 40% off. Prices are as low as $12 for the game tomorrow and a happy hour special with $4 beers to celebrate the Storm being undefeated this season so far 4-0. So a couple things to know about the game tomorrow. If I just inspired you to buy that $12 ticket and get over to the game, 3 o'clock, there is going to be a pregame for the pregame at Broken Strings Brewery. They're also going to have $4 house domestic and craft beers if you just show that you're going to the game later that day. And Broken Strings Brewery is located just 2 blocks away from the stadium. Perfect to find early parking, walk to the stadium, not worrying about traffic, my favorite thing. FanFest starts at 5:30 outside of Gate B, where they're going to have music, photo ops, inflatables, merch, drinks, and activities for all fans. Gates open at 6, and the first 5,000 fans are going to receive a free Orlando Storm t-shirt. So you want to get there when the gates open at 6. And also enjoy that happy hour special from 6 to 7 of those $4 beers before kickoff at 7. A couple other fun things happening is at halftime, they're actually going to bring out some representatives from UCF fraternities to test their field goal skills. So I'm here to laugh at some college kids try to kick a field goal, honestly. So I'm really excited for Sarah and I both to go to our very first game. We don't have many pro tips just yet because we haven't experienced it yet, but a couple things we are doing that you guys can take with it. We are arriving early to get that parking as soon as we can and avoid traffic and really partake in those pregame activities. We are wearing sunscreen. We are wearing sunscreen because it's going to be hot and heavy with that sun. So definitely clothes for the heat and rain gear just in case there's a slight percentage that the storm is going to bring a storm. So we're going to bring some rain gear. We're also coming hungry so we can enjoy all the local food options in the stadium. And of course, we're going to rep the colors. We're going to wear purple. We're going to wear orange. And we're going to make sure we get that free t-shirt and when we get in at 6.
There we go. And then happy hour too. You know, you can't forget just another reason to show up early.
Exactly. I think I've said happy hour $4 beers like 4 times because I'm really excited about this, because where else can you get a $4 beer and in this day and age? You cannot.
Yeah, going to be a good time, that's for sure. And now let's wrap this up by talking about our local spotlight here. And you guys are highlighting some spring pop-ups that folks might want to check out while they still can.
There are some great local spring pop-ups that are happening around Orlando. If you guys have not been on Instagram, or maybe you don't check social media and follow those foodie influencers that have been posting about it, we've got you covered. You should definitely add Mangoni, which is in Winter Garden, to that list. Mangoni does a pop-up every single season, it seems like. For Halloween, they have a great one. Christmas, and now spring. Look how gorgeous those drinks are. So on their spring menu, of course, you're going to be escaping to the Italian coast for La Dolce Vita, which is their newest experience. They're going to be having the La Dolce Duo with a limoncello spritz, a lavender spritz, mozzarella sticks, and fried ravioli on that special menu. And of course, a Silencio Bruno cocktail. Of course, honoring Disney. And then the prosciutto and peach pizzas. We sent out some of our team out there and they absolutely loved this pop-up. Whether you're going for the food or the Instagram pictures, this will not disappoint you. It is such an Instagrammable restaurant, and make sure to get those reservations ahead of time, as when the pop-ups do happen, this restaurant fills up really, really fast. So if you can, plan ahead, call ahead, and spend a great day there. The weather is gorgeous. This is going to be the perfect little place to grab a bite to eat.
And next in our look at some of these spring pop-ups, Ashley, you've got another one that we might want to check out too.
Italy just seems to be on our mind this spring. It's an Italian spring because over in Helena on iDrive, they have Pretty in Portofino, which is their themed spring pop-up. It's happening now through May 24th, and inside has some beautiful Italian-inspired decor. And Helena is already a gorgeous restaurant. So when you're adding the florals and all the vines, like, it's just absolutely stunning. And they have a limited time spring menu that features a lemon ricotta crostini, salmon butterfly puffs, which we've heard nothing but incredible things about from our team, their lobster truffle pizza, jaw drop when you see that come up on the screen, and a mozzarella pesto chicken. But I think the big highlight from here are their cocktails. Their cocktails have gone insanely viral, specifically their Sip Me Pretty, which is that handbag cocktail they're all holding. And you get a little Italian scarf that many people have been tying around their handbag cocktails as like a little identifier, a little accessory, which is so super cute and fun. Plus, they also have a mix and munch event that you can book separately. And this experience to be spring themed is also through May 24th. And in their mix and munch event, you can create a mocktail and a cocktail creation experience where you get to make your own Sip Me Pretty cocktail. And you also get to enjoy their salmon puff pastry and wrap it up with a beautiful brunch board. We're talking chicken and waffles. We're talking French toast. It is absolutely stunning. And you can see some clips of it here that's kind of playing on loop. Such a great experience to have in the spring.
Ooh, it looks like a lot of fun. Looks like a really cool thing to check out. And finally, Sarah, I know we celebrated Earth Day this week, and there's a fun way to kind of celebrate that too.
Yeah, if you want to keep your Earth Day celebrations going, Jungle Room in College Park is having their own Earth Day themed pop-up with a plant swap. So you can bring in your healthy, of course, pest-free plant to trade with fellow plant lovers while you're there shopping around. They're going to be labeling the plants to keep it fair, and this is a great way to make other friends with people who love plants as much as you do. You can sip and shop. They're going to be having complimentary mocktails while you explore the studio. They're also going to be having raffle prizes, so you can win rare plants, gift cards, and local goodies while you're there shopping. And they're going to be having, of course, exclusive in-store deals for a limited time with discounts. RSVP is required, so make sure you go ahead on their website and get that RSVP. And if you're bringing a +1 or a friend, RSVP them as well so they can plan ahead. That will get you an entry to the raffle and to the giveaways that you can win some of these super cool prizes that they're going to be having. They also do plant bingo on the weekends. So if you are looking on their website and looking at the events, our team also went to plant bingo and had a really, really great time. So if you're not able to make the Earth Day pop-up, but you're still wanting to explore and do something fun, check out their event room. Check out the plant bingo. You can win plants that way as well.
All right. So many good things going on this weekend for us to check out. Ashley, I think you're right. You did just make it even harder.
Sorry.
So where can folks find out more?
Of course, if you guys want to find out more events, look at more details of the events that we mentioned, you guys can download the free UNation app. We have all of these events and special pop-ups and businesses and more, believe it or not to make it even harder for you guys. But if you guys want to stay more in contact with us, more up to date, you guys can follow us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
All right, it's a lot of stuff to do in Orlando, and we appreciate y'all joining us today for our Community Crossroads. To talk about it, Sarah Barkley, Social Coordinator, and Ashley Edwards, Director of Creative Strategy at UNation. Always enjoy talking with y'all, and have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Garrett.
Meanwhile, we're getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this, and as we go to break here, give you another live look at downtown Orlando. Beautiful day out there and going to be a beautiful weekend. Keep it right here.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Coming up on the noon hour this afternoon, coming up on the noon hour today, and then it'll be this afternoon. We're just moments away from that. Got a lot going on today. We appreciate you joining us as our live streaming news coverage continues. Some news this week that we were tracking, especially yesterday, when we brought you the developing story reported by the Tampa Bay Times that Hillsborough County essentially telling the Rays ownership that they are not going to be able to meet the deadline of June 1st that the team had been wanting for a stadium deal to be approved and in place to help with their goal of having a new Rays stadium at that Hillsborough College site in time for opening day of 2029. So joining us live now to talk about these developments, we've got Alex Murphy with the Raise the Roof, who is joining us live now. Alex, always enjoy talking with you, and thanks for joining us today.
Likewise, Garrett. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, thank you. Hope the same for you. Let's talk about this, though, because we've been seeing, since this report first came out yesterday. I think we've been seeing kind of knee-jerk reactions on both sides here. Some saying the deal is dead, might as well call them the Orlando Rays. And then we've seen some others saying, no worry at all. This is just, part of the process here. Alex, kind of give us the rational take. What's the reality here?
Yeah, so I think it's more of the latter. When you look at a situation like this, I mean, there's $1 billion of public funding on the line here. It's not like it's $12. You're trying to go out to lunch with your friend and you're trying to figure out, who's paying. Like, this is a lot of money. This is one of the biggest asks of public money that's ever been done when it comes to a sports stadium. So, I mean, like, the Rays are asking a lot of money here. And I think that Hillsborough County realizes that. And they're trying to make sure that the money that the Rays want in this kind of scenario is coming from the right sources, and they have the money where it needs to be in order to get that done. Like, you can't rush into something with so much money on it. I mean, again, $1 billion, that is a lot. If you look at the history of the stadiums, the stadium ideas and concepts. The last stadium project that they had in St. Peter, the one that they were trying to do in 2024, that had a $1.4 billion price tag on it. The Rays wanted about $600 million from Pinellas County and St. Pete. They're adding another billion on top of that. So that's basically the difference here that we're talking about. I mean, it's a lot of money. I know that the Rays are forking out, or allegedly forking out, a lot on their side. But Hillsborough County is just looking for some extra time to dot the I's and cross the T's and make sure that everything's good. Like, if I was in that kind of scenario, I'm not going to lie, I would probably need a little bit more time, because that's just a lot of money to give out to one specific thing.
Well, and especially when you bring up the previous stadium proposals, this is something that has been going on before. Obviously, different ownership group for the previous times, but this is something that we have seen this back and forth kind of go on before. And so I think that is probably one reason you're seeing this reaction, not just from Hillsborough County officials, but also from the fan base.
No, I completely agree with that. And I think that because Ray's new CEO, Ken Babby, addressed it when they had their introductory press conference back in, I believe it was like early October, where he said that, like, there's a lot of fatigue that comes, or that has happened over time with the stadium situation, the stadium saga. And I completely agree with that. I mean, like, I barely want to talk about it on our social medias and on our podcast, because, like, it just gets nauseating. It gets tiring at some point. Like, if you've been, I mean, they've been at this since 2009, if you remember the sale design in St. Pete. Then they had, 2018, the Ray design in Ybor, and now, 24. And then it's been a long time. There's been a lot of things going on with this, and a lot of people are just tired of talking about it. So I think that's probably the reason why a lot of people are having these kind of knee-jerk reactions, because they want something done. And it's been, 17 years since that initial design, or when that initial design was essentially put out. So it's a lot of time, maybe even more than that, maybe 18. But that's a lot of time being allotted towards one specific thing. And then that's not even accounting the whole Montreal split city plan situation. Like, there's just been a lot of stuff that's happened with this, and I think people are just tired and they want something done. But at the same token, it would not be worth it if if the county needs more time, as they said, because they said in that Tampa Bay Times article, I think it was anywhere from they need 45-day period now, essentially going into that June 1st deadline, of which the Rays put out there. I think they said 60 to 90 days is what they were looking for. So if it comes down to where the Rays end up losing, all of this goes to crap or whatever it is, and the stadium goes under, or the stadium deal goes under with basically a difference of 45 days, I don't think that's worth it for anyone. So as tiring as it is, if a deal wants to get done, both sides need to make sure that everything is, again, I's are dotted, T's are crossed in this situation.
So what do you think this means kind of moving forward here, as obviously still more things need to be done with the, to kind of come to that agreement, and what does this mean for the Rays and that deadline of 2029 as well, the opening day of 2029?
No, it's a good point. So I think, again, a lot of this is just gesturing, just trying to figure out, it's good that the Rays put a deadline out, because I think that, again, that shows that they want to capitalize on all of the stadium related stuff as much as possible. At the same token, it also gives the county more or less a quote unquote deadline, even if they extend it slightly. It gives them a quote unquote deadline for everything. And I know, I will say, I think that the back and forth between both the city or both the team and then the city and county has been pretty good. It's the county sent over questions that they want the Rays to answer, and then the Rays put out a statement today. What was the statement? It says, we are working diligently on the list of questions provided to us by the county and city, and we'll share our responses with them soon. With the right public-private partnership, we can build a world-class ballpark by 2029 and remain focused on doing so. So the Rays have acknowledged that the county has sent them over questions. They want answers for specific things. So it's good. Like, I don't know if previous Rays ownership would have had that sort of response. So it shows that this is a working thing going on. Like, there are things that still need to be answered. There are questions that have remained unsolved, and the Rays are trying to do their part on their end to make sure that those questions are answered, and the county's doing their part on their end to make sure that they're asking the right questions to the team to make sure that this is the right deal.
And Alex, those of us here in Orlando who, would love to have Major League Baseball here are sitting over there watching this going, raising an eyebrow again, even after we had thought, all hope for an Orlando team was kind of dead here.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on any of that stuff. I know that is beyond my pay grade. I know that, again, the movement with the Orlando Dreamers thing, I know that they're trying to make sure that that's as strong as possible. I just think that it's something, if you look at the whole timeline of all of this and everything that's involved, you have the political side of things with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The Rays want to make sure that they take advantage of having, with DeSantis in office to make sure that this goes through because of the political connections that already exist between principal owner Patrick Zalewski and DeSantis from his time when, being on the board at, I forget what specific board, but the board at the University of Florida. That's where they kind of first met, and then things went from there in terms of a more professional relationship. But and then on top of that, you have the commissioner Rob Manfred saying that he wants baseball to happen in Tampa Bay, and he wants it to stay in Tampa Bay. So that's another big thing. Like there, and then looking at the if there was a scenario down the road where the team was moved, Major League Baseball would lose like $2 billion in an expansion fee, because I think that's kind of where things are going. So by them allowing everything that happened in Oakland happen, the Major League Baseball does not want that to happen again. So they want to try to find whatever way possible to make sure that the Rays stay in the area. And again, if it takes an extra 15 days, if it takes an extra month, that is beyond worth it than losing the team forever. I just think, I think that's important to note here, that it's not like the county is asking for another year. They just want to make sure that everything's all good. But there are a lot of parts to this that are still very much favoring the team staying in the area. There's a lot of people that wanted to stay in the area. There's a lot of pieces that are just lined up for that to happen. They just need to make sure that the deal's right, and then once the deal's right, then they can get on board with it. I don't know if 2029 is still a feasible deadline. Maybe if they have to push it back another year. Again, in this sort of scenario, like in my opinion, to keep the team in the area, if you have to push the stadium back, the opening date back a year, and you have to wait a little bit more, like that is so beyond worth it.
All right. Well, a lot of good, important points and important things to keep in mind as we continue to watch this process move forward, because as we have seen, it is a process and there are still obviously many steps to go. So Alex Murphy, co-founder of Raise the Roof, we appreciate you joining us. Always good talking with you.
Likewise. Thanks so much.
All right. Alex, have a good weekend. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let's talk a little theme parks here, because we had quite a bit of theme park news come out this week. Some big announcements as well. So let's bring in Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, joining us live now. And Theron, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Always happy to join. And like you said, we got more theme park news, and I feel like it truly never ends here in Orlando.
It does not, but we love talking about it and learning more about it. So let's start by talking about Disney's Lakeshore Lodge, the announcement they made about this new resort, released some of these new renderings. So what do we know and what do we need to know about it?
So this lodge is going to be opening up in summer of 2027. It is yet another hotel that Walt Disney World is going to be building. If you've paid attention to Disney over the past decade, they build a brand new hotel, it feels like all the time, where they're constantly expanding. This one is going to be looking out over the lakes, and it's going to have a view partially of the Contemporary as well as Disney's Wilderness Lodge. It's going to be themed. It's going to have Pocahontas, Bambi, and Brother Bear are going to be represented. And I think it is kind of cool. It actually has a history where this hotel is placed. It's where Disney's River Country Water Park used to be. So it's been used, this space has been used for Disney for quite a while. They're getting a lot of work done. This is a very, very large hotel. It's going to have 967 rooms, all the way from studios up to suites. So it's a lot of rooms they're going to be adding, and it is not a Disney Vacation Club exclusive. What that means, if you're a local, if you're not part of the Disney Vacation Club, it'll be easier for you to get a room here. When Disney does DVC exclusive hotels, it's usually really difficult to get a room, and if you can find one, it's very expensive because everyone that's on Disney's Vacation Club gets first access, or Disney kind of holds some of those rooms hoping that those members are going to use it. But this is going to be mixed use. It's going to have regular rooms, and it's going to be able to have some of those DVC rooms. So if you're looking to just kind of disappear from Orlando, go into the wilderness,
And Theron, I think we may have lost you there for a second, but it looks like you are back now, so that's good. There's been some pushback on this, though. It's not everyone has received this enthusiastically, we should say.
Yes, and this is actually not the first time. So if you're someone that's staying at Disney's Wilderness Lodge, and that has been around for years, it's actually my personal favorite of all of Disney's resorts worldwide. You get to look out into the absolute wilderness. You're just looking at trees, you're looking out over the water, and it's really, really enjoyable. With this new Lakeshore Lodge that's being built, you've got a big hotel now in your view. And this is not the first time that this has happened. When Disney 2 years ago in 2024 was building the Island Tower, it was the expansion to Disney's Polynesian Village Resort. Same thing. They kind of took up a huge area of land, as you can see here. And people were initially like, oh my gosh, like it's taking away from the Polynesian, it's doing all this. And even myself, I remember looking at it and going, that's a really, really big hotel. But then I went and saw the hotel. I toured through it. I got to see it. And some of the views from that hotel are simply stunning. Looking out over Magic Kingdom and being able to go and enjoy that resort. And so I think that's kind of where Disney's at, is yes, you're going to be taking away a partial view from Disney's Wilderness Lodge and some from the Contemporary if they're looking out towards the lake. But the people that are going to be staying at this resort are going to get views not just of those hotels, but if you're at certain rooms in certain angles, you're supposed to be able to see the fireworks and Magic Kingdom at night. So it's a continual expansion. Walt Disney World is constantly adding on. They have a ton of land and a ton of room. And while Wilderness Lodge has been able to enjoy some of these views for the long, long time, now they're going to have those views plus Lakeshore Lodge that's going to be there as well.
So you think it's something that might be able to win people over?
Yeah, I think that people who kind of love the aesthetics of Disney Wilderness Lodge, the people who are upset that this is now going to be kind of taking some of their wilderness view, this new Lakeshore Lodge is going to have similar style views. I mean, when you think of some of the movies that are represented, we've got Bambi, Pocahontas, and Brother Bear. That is very much a wilderness style movies. It's very going to be focused on nature. And so because of that, there might be some people that go and stay at that resort and go, oh my gosh, I love this more than Wilderness Lodge. I'd actually rather stay here because now I can enjoy some of the amenities at this hotel. We still have more details that we need to learn about for this hotel to know everything that's going to be happening there. But Disney's got a year. You can see from some of those construction videos, they've got a lot of work to go ahead of them, but they got some views. They're close to the Magic Kingdom. And if you're another spot that you're able to take one of those boats to Magic Kingdom, it's a really peaceful and enjoyable ride through a little bit less of Disney's kind of built up area back there near Wilderness Lodge and the Fort Wilderness Campground.
All right, let's shift gears here a little bit and talk about the big announcement from yesterday. It looks like someone else is shifting gears over there.
Yes.
As we talk about Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run.
Yeah, this one I won't put on. That way you guys can still hear me. But I had to represent a little bit of The Mandalorian because Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run over at Disney's Hollywood Studios and Disneyland Park over in California, they're going to be getting an update to include The Mandalorian and Grogu. You might know him as Baby Yoda. And so for this update, they're going to be adding in a lot more customization, which I think is something that fans really, really wanted. The new CEO of Disney, Josh D'Amaro, talked about that a lot of fans, when they talk about Star Wars and Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, they really like it, but they don't really love it. And so this is one of their things that they're doing to try and make the level up to really, really love it. When you ride on the Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run attraction, if you've never done it before, it's basically like the world's biggest video game. There's going to be 6 different riders that are inside of the attraction. We've got 2 pilots in the front, then we've got 2 gunners, and in the back are 2 engineers. And everybody has their own functions. The one that people wanted the least usually were the 2 in the back, the engineers. Not only did they have the least amount of view, but they were kind of just hitting buttons and fixing the ship. Disney recognized that, and now on this new update that's going to debut on May 22nd, you're going to be able to, as those engineers, communicate with Grogu. There's little screens that are back there, so we don't know exactly how that's going to work, but you went from kind of the job in the back where you hit some of the buttons to now you maybe get the best view of Grogu, and maybe you have the really cute seat. You also, with that customization update, you're going to be able to go to 3 separate planets. That is going to be Bespin, also known as the Cloud City, Coruscant, and then the Death Star over the planet of Endor. So these are really, really iconic planets that a lot of Star Wars fans know and love. And so because of that, when Disney initially opened up Star Wars Galaxy's Edge in 2019, it was a new planet, it was a new storyline, it was a separate timeline, and some people were like, I just kind of wanted to do the original Star Wars. This update is bringing the original Star Wars with the fan-loved Mandalorian that came out a couple years ago and kind of combining them into a singular attraction. I'm really excited for this. I already love the attraction. I think it's a lot of fun to be able to go on. That video that you saw a little bit earlier was me taking some of my friends from years ago. It was their first time. They got to see the Millennium Falcon to scale, go on the ride, fly around. We got to shoot stuff. And so now we're getting an update that adds even more to this attraction. And I think that's a really nice update.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it seems like it kind of brings the best of all the worlds now to that ride.
I definitely agree. When they first announced this attraction, they had talked about how there was different missions that you could do in different places. So when it initially debuted with just one, we were kind of hoping for an update. And this is it. We now get to go to new planets. We get to have different storylines. You get to kind of decide a little bit even more. And it is cool. If you've never done the attraction, when you're piloting the ship, if you grab the controls and you turn right, everyone in that entire room is getting thrown right. Disney built this with the Epic Games company, the same company that does Fortnite. And so they were able to build this attraction quite literally as a huge, huge video game. You're looking out into space. And so that is the benefit as well, is because it's a video game, Disney can basically just give it an update overnight and ta-da, you have a brand new game to play.
All right, and now let's also talk a little bit about Universal here, because some changes coming to City Walk, including the reopening of the return of a new store that is reopening today, now open at City Walk.
Yeah, the Legacy store has reopened. This was actually here a couple of years ago, and then that place was turned into the Universal Epic Universe Preview Center, and it is now the Legacy store once again. So if you're a fan of some of the classics when it comes to Universal, if you like E.T., Back to the Future, Jaws, this store is going to be for you. They're going to sell merchandise that's related to that. There's going to be photo ops that are going to be related to that. And it's right in the center of City Walk, so you don't need a theme park ticket to be able to go and experience this either. There's not a ton of props that are going to be there from some of the older rides and stuff, but last time that they had this store, they would change it, they would move some stuff around, they'd add new merchandise and new things, so it could be something that a couple of months from now they could go in and add a prop from another ride, they can add in new merchandise, and that's just kind of the benefit of it. They had the Universal Epic Universe Preview store, but now that we're almost coming up on a solid year of Epic Universe being open, it was kind of time, to switch that back. And now, so if you're fans of kind of the older, more classic Universal and some of those films, you've got an entire space dedicated just for that merchandise and just for those photo ops.
Yeah, one of my favorite movies of all time is Jaws. So I am excited. I missed the old Jaws ride, but yeah. I am looking forward to checking out some of the new merch and things that they have to offer at the Legacy store. That's for sure.
If you ever have the chance, that ride still exists, but you got to go all the way to Japan. So if you have the chance, people say you can go over there and you can still experience the attraction just like how it was. but you do have a bit of a flight to get there.
Yeah, not quite in our backyard like all the other theme parks. What else? Anything else in the theme parks that we need to know about right now, Theron, as we head into the weekend?
Yeah, there's going to be 2 more updates that are coming to City Walk. One of them is Luke Combs is opening up a Category 10 bar and entertainment venue at City Walk in late 2027. We don't have all the details, but he initially opened it up in Nashville. He's getting one ready in Las Vegas right now, and then next year in 2027, towards the end of the year, we're going to get something along the waterfront. We don't have all the details, but we do know that there's going to be entertainment, there's going to be drinks, there's going to be food, and I mean, if you love Luke Combs, this is a great opportunity to enjoy his music. And I'm going to just assume that he's probably going to show up at least the first night or the first couple of days, so you might be able to go and meet a celebrity if you plan out your vacations right as well. Along with that, there's one other small change. The Burger King Whopper Bar, it's on the 2nd floor of Universal City Walk. It's officially closed, and it's going to be opening up later this year with a Five Guys. So we're trading burgers for burgers. If you like one or the other, there you go. Now you have a chance to be able to go and enjoy Five Guys.
All right, so a lot of changes on the horizon there at City Walk, and constantly changing theme parks here in Central Florida. All right.
Absolutely, yes.
Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. Always enjoyed talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Happy to join. You guys have a great day.
All right, you too. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Kia Center on this Friday afternoon. We are just about 24 hours out from Game 3 of the first round of the playoffs for the Magic. That is going to be happening at 1 o'clock tomorrow at Kia Center when the Magic host the Pistons. That series is tied. They won Game 1 in Detroit and then dropped Game 2 after being tied at the half. But still in that first game of this series was certainly a big one. Finally felt like we were starting to see the Magic team that we had been really waiting all year to see. A little bit of a disappointment in Game 2 because it was tied at 46 and then had a terrible third quarter like we had seen from them before. Let's go ahead and get you live right now to the Advent Health Training Center. Wendell Carter Jr. just walked up to the mics. They've been doing a shoot around this morning and now speaking with reporters. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Game 2 hurt us. But other than that, we've been playing really good basketball. So just got to learn to just kind of put it all together for a full 48 like we did the first game. Everyone's confident. Everybody trust one another, so I think we'll be good.
Joe, when you guys, I know as a pro player, you understand that sometimes shots aren't going to fall, but when that happens in a playoff game with all eyes on you, what's the process of like maybe the self-talk, or like what do you go back to sort of come back tomorrow knowing that, you know, it should be a better day?
The work that we've all put in. You know, I think as competitors, like, you know, we spent our summers putting in the ample amount of work. Like you said, sometimes shots don't go in. I think defensively we did a solid job, except for that third quarter, but holding the team to 92 points gives you a good chance to win a game. So, yeah, I think just the work, the confidence, no one has lost confidence. Guys are going to still take their shots. And every shot we take, we believe is going in. So I think everyone's in a good spot with that, for sure.
Everyone talked about the pressure that Detroit put on you guys in that third quarter. How do you counteract that pressure? Like what needs to happen to you know, because Detroit's going to put a lot of ball pressure on you guys. What needs to happen to kind of counteract that and kind of find that calm?
Be more physical to them, like we've been doing. I think we kind of lost it in the third, which is unacceptable, especially in a playoff game. But you know, we're giving ourselves a chance at 1-1 now with 2 home games to, you know, make a statement here. So I think guys understood what the problem was in that third quarter that derailed us, and yeah, to come back there, you just got to be the more physical team. You know, no matter what the fouls are, whatever the situation is, if they're going on a run, we're on a run, we got to continue to stay physical. Be the Orlando Magic that I've known we could be for all these years.
Does the desperation change at all? The fact that it is 1-1 and not, you guys have been down 2-0 the last 2 years coming home. What's the mindset of desperation like still, even with it 1-1?
Protect home court like we've done in the past. You know, we protect home court, give us a good chance to win this series. So I think that's everyone's mindset. You know, winning our first road playoff game for the first game of the series is big, but we understand that now it's just about protecting home court.
I know you said this team does a good job when your backs are against the wall and it's only you, but to have the Kia Center behind you in this way after they saw you take a game on the road, how much of a boost will that be?
Oh yeah, for sure. We need the fans to come show out like they always have. Past playoff games that we've had, they've always shown out no matter what the situation has been. So you know, I expect them to come out and help us get these dubs.
Defensively, you know, we talked about the way Detroit increased their pressure. Defensively, you guys have put a lot of pressure on them, forced them into a lot of mistakes. What's been the key to kind of locking in on Detroit and kind of keeping them struggling in the half court?
Paying close attention to personnel, knowing who you're guarding, knowing who you can shift off of, cleaning up the old boards. You know, that's another way they like to generate a lot of their points. And containing Cade. You know, Cade is kind of the head of the snake, so we just got to do a good job of locking in on him and getting the shooters off the line, off the three-point line. I think you know that recipe, which we did in the first game, will give us a good chance to win this next one.
You set some you're an excellent screener. So when you see how the Pistons are setting screens on Franz, what do you see?
A lot of physicality. Some probably not legal, but that's the playoffs. That's how the games are. So it's a lot of physicality. They let a lot of things go. So we just got to adjust to it. You know, I think we had some great dialogue about that today, about how to combat their physicality when it comes to screening. So I think we'll be prepared for the next game for sure.
You know what kind of defender Franz, and he's obviously got the assignment on Cade as he's kind of working his way back from the injury. What have you seen from him and the job that he's done on Cade, helping force 7 turnovers on Wednesday? What have you seen from him, and how vital is that matchup kind of setting the tone for the rest of the defense?
Oh, it's a beauty when one of your best guys wants to play defense. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, he's shown that over the years. You know, from when he first got into where he's at now, he takes that challenge head on, and you know, he's been doing a really good job of it. You know, making his life hard, making Cade's life hard in this series. So, you know, I expect nothing less than that. You know, going into these next couple games. So, you know, when he's playing like that and locked in defensively, it opens up our team so much. Good?
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
That was Wendell Carter Jr. speaking with the reporters earlier today. We also heard from Franz Wagner and head coach Jamal Mosley just a few minutes ago.
scoring opportunities in the third.
What was the schematic change that Detroit made to begin the third quarter?
I don't think it was schematic. I think it was just more just great energy, more effort than we brought to the game. Being really physical on defense, and like I said, I think that got us out of our rhythm a little bit.
What's the challenge of playing a team that ups the pressure, just kind of getting in what needs to happen when they're trying to speed you up?
Well, one, I think obviously windows are a little bit smaller, and especially when they have good defenders. So I think that's to be expected in the playoffs, and with a team like that. And then I think just playing simple basketball, making simple reads. If you draw two, just kick it to the open guy.
You guys were tied at halftime, but do you feel like you left points on the board in that first half?
Yeah, definitely.
How do you take advantage of those opportunities when you have them at home?
You make them. And if you miss them, you stay with the same mindset, stay confident. And I think that's how you play consistent basketball. Not overthinking what happened before or what might happen in the future. Just trying to play your game, and I think for the most part we did that in the first half.
For you individually, I know we're maybe making a little too much about you coming back, but how are you feeling kind of healthy? Do you feel like you're kind of starting to catch up and get back to like the shape or the kind of level that you
No, I feel good. Yeah, I'm in a good spot.
For you, you've been getting like kind of early assignment on Cade. What's that challenge like? Going up against him and kind of setting the tone defensively?
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, obviously really challenging. One of the best players in the league, in my opinion, and it's obviously handling the ball a ton for them, making most decisions. So obviously trying to slow him down is one of the main keys to winning this series. So it's a really cool opportunity for me, and I'm glad I get the chance to do it.
You had 7 turnovers in Game 2 on Wednesday. That's obviously a team effort, but how vital is it to just make it hard for him to kind of make those reads? Knowing he's going to score a few points in there, but when you're able to kind of get him in the mistakes, what does that do for your defense?
I think it's very important. Like I said, I think he obviously is their main guy, makes most of the decisions for them on offense, and so he has the ball a lot. So I think, like you said, I think he's going to make some good plays. He's going to score some baskets, but I think sticking to our game plan, making everything tough on him, that's what you got to do with these really good players.
What makes him as tough as he is, to keep him out of the paint? They're trying to set some hellacious screens on you.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, he's obviously a tall guard. Has a lot of skill. Obviously, he's trying to get to the paint, I think, and most of the times it's taller and can still obviously move really well and handle the ball really well. So I think that's what makes him a unique player.
The last few years, you guys have come home down 2-0 to now have taken that game on the road and then come back home. What excites you the most about where you guys are at coming back to the team center?
Yeah, like you said, it's the first time for this group, and I think we're in a good spot. Obviously, we kind of feel like we let Game 2 slip away a little bit in that third, and didn't play our best basketball at all. And but those games are over now, so just focusing on tomorrow and trying to play the best 48 that we can. Is that what? Oh, I like it. It's better than a late game in my opinion. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Now you had a chance to say, what was the adjustment, if any, that Detroit made to begin the third quarter?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was their ball pressure turned up. They did that the first time we played them. We had a big lead. First or second time we played them, they had a big lead. We had a lead. And they just turned up the pressure. They got into some switching, taking away the paint, leaving strong side shooters, and just our ability to adjust to that will be very necessary, come this game.
What's the key to combating a team that ups the pressure the way that they do?
Well, in a lot of ways, you got to use the pressure against them. And sometimes, when you get sped up, you start to try to you panic a little bit more. But our ability to stay calm, use that pressure against them, versus just trying to speed up and be out of control.
What was practice like today, and what did you guys focus on?
Practice was good. There's some of those adjustments that we saw in the last game and what they did to the pressure, to the switching, a lot of that.
Is there anything you're seeing with Dane with Dane in these 2 games there for this year?
No, I think a lot of it is how they're guarding him. They've done some different things, putting different matchups on him. taking away his catches, taking away his easy catches. I think just finding ways to combat that will be necessary in this game 3.
A lot goes into winning the battle of the paint. That's played a big factor in both games 1 and 2. What goes into that battle, and how key is it in game 3?
Well, just being smart and how you close out, not letting guys get by you, so you're not over-rotating, over-helping. I think that's a big key. But then, for us getting into the paint, we're just making sure we're just on time, on target passes, being able to catch it, shoot it, or drive it, so you're not holding it. Now that they do a great job of collapsing the paint, so we got to make sure we're making the quick decisions.
Kind of on you've heard everyone say that those fed you guys up. Like, what's the challenge of trying to play fast and make quick decisions while not being sped up by what the defense?
Well, you want to play with pace. You want to, combat some of that aggression with playing with pace in the half court as well as full court. But it's also being able to understand where your reads are. So that's why we talk about the spacing on the floor is so important, where guys are going to be, how we know we can make certain passes, because you'll have a guy in those spots. So you can play a little bit faster with the pace, but just not being out of control with it.
You talked about this team not backing down. That won't happen. How did you like the response today?
I thought our practice was great today. I think the guys did a very good job of focusing on what we need to do, the game plan on both sides of the ball.
How good are their screens that they're setting on Franz to try to give Cade a little extra space?
How good are they?
How effective have they?
I mean, I've seen Franz end up on the floor on a couple of them, so they must be pretty good.
With your defense, how important is it to kind of match, maybe not match the foot pressure,
exceed.
Get pressure.
You got to exceed what they're doing. I think that's a big portion of it. It can't just match it. You got to exceed how they come out, the physicality, the toughness, the togetherness, all those things. You got to exceed it, especially being at home.
What made the excitement of playing home?
We were just telling, I think Dez about it the other day. Just the playoff atmosphere here is special. Our fans are absolutely fantastic. It's loud. I mean, in those series last year, you can barely hear yourself think. And that's the great part about this fan base, the group. So it's going to be exciting to be in front of them tomorrow.
That was head coach Jamal Mosley talking about the Orlando Magic and their preps for that game against the Pistons. Let's get you live now to Daytona Beach. You are hearing from the prosecutor and Sheriff Mike Chitwood as well, talking about, not prosecutor, but attorney, speaking about a lawsuit that the sheriff is filing against the promoters of some of these unsanctioned spring break parties that the sheriff has been outspoken against. So let's go ahead and listen in at this news conference.
Want to follow the rules, we can make it some profit, cost us millions of dollars. It's not going to happen. So it's an honor to help, and hopefully we get some justice for the city.
So we're targeting Alicia Brooks, who was one of the quote-unquote founders of this event, and this plumber woman also. There are 7 separate lawsuits, so they're going to have to answer each and every separate lawsuit, and more on the way. So what we're doing is we're setting the tone here. I don't think this has been done anywhere before. We are not going to stand for this, and we're going to come after you. So this is step 1. Step 2 is we're working with the state attorney's office to see if we can bring criminal charges against Brittany Plummer and Alicia Brooks. If we can't, we're going to be working with the legislature, this legislative session, to make it a felony to wreak havoc on a community. Because think of this for a minute. If you stand up on a plane and yell hijack, right, you're getting arrested, you're being charged with a felony. If you walk into a crowded movie theater and you yell fire, 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 you're getting arrested and charged with a felony. Why should you be able to sit hundreds of miles away behind your computer and put a community under economic strain and tighten the noose where nobody can make a dollar and where you're painting a reputation where nobody wants to come here and visit? On top of the shooting and looting that went on. And then the third thing we're going to go after is we have a scumbag bar owner on Seabreeze who partnered with these slime balls to make a profit out of this. And one of them did. Based on our financial research, Alicia Brooks made almost $100,000 in promoting an unsanctioned, unpermitted event. And sweetheart, when you see me, I got your little Facebook post with you laying on the Tesla saying, I'll never take it. We're coming. We're coming.
What was the total amount in cleanup, deputies, enforcement that you guys had to spend?
For us, for the sheriff's office alone, was $800,000. Just us.
customers to come back and you depend on a high season. That's how a lot of employees make it. You know, a lot of these restaurants, they make all their money during a short season. Employees count on that. If you damage the reputation and people don't think it's safe to come here, if they don't think it's safe to bring their families here, that's a lifetime to rebuild that. Some of these restaurants and businesses are barely making it. So that's another part of this is the damage to the reputation of the area. The fact that families aren't going to want to come here after they see that Facebook publicized videos of the chaos on the beach, people walking around with guns, mass panicking, smashing water bottles. It was a terrible event, and it just sends a terrible image, and all the businesses are damaged by it. You're not going to come to Daytona Beach if you think that's what's going to happen. You're not going to eat beachside if you think that's going to happen. So not only are we going to be looking at the actual financial losses for those days, but also the damage to their ability to earn money now and in the future. And that's going to be a big, staggering amount. And some of these businesses lost tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in a relatively short period of time. And that damage is going to be ongoing as long as this reputation is fixed.
I just wanted to clarify, you said there were 7 total lawsuits. So can you, one is the sheriff's office, others are the businesses and restaurants?
Right. We filed a lawsuit on behalf of the sheriff's office, but also on behalf of each of the individual businesses. And some of the businesses have multiple venues or multiple outlets. They might have multiple locations. And we haven't finished filing all of them. We filed several lawsuits this week. We have more in the pipeline as we're getting all the paperwork together. Some of the bigger damages are with corporations like the Hilton and things like that, and they have a little bit more of an approval process to get it going. But we believe ultimately we'll file lawsuits on behalf of probably 10 to 15 local businesses.
Sheriff, so you told me, these are college kids?
Brooks, Alicia Brooks is in Kennesaw State. She's going to graduate, so hopefully when she walks across the aisle, the sheriff's office up there will be able to serve her for a graduation gift.
So something, you know, when people hear about these lawsuits, especially against like kids this age, they think, what assets do they have? What money are they going to have? But last time we spoke with you, you said, you know, one of them I think drives a Tesla. I mean, you guys talk about like how far you'll go to, I guess, get.
And we know that she made almost $100,000 off of promoting that shit show. So we're going to come after. We're hopeful we're going to get judgments and have to pay those judgments for years to come. The word is this: Daytona Beach is closed. Okay. Crush events, pop-up events, takeover events, truck events, motorcycle gangs coming out. I don't care what the color of your skin is. If you come in here and you try to hold us economically hostage with these pop-up events that are unpermitted, unsanctioned, we are going to come and get you. Right now, we're coming civilly for everything you got. In the future, I'm hopeful we're going to be able to come after you criminally after working with the state attorney in a legislative session. Again, why should you be able to sit behind a keyboard and wreak mayhem, no matter who you are? I hope other cities and counties follow what we're doing. Stop telling the community we can only do so much. Be bold, be innovative, be creative, and let's set the tone. This is our community.
Sheriff, can you tell us about the actual harm done that day with that, with this person's event that we saw the video, but just if you describe what the fallout was from that event?
The fallout was number one, economically, all the people that were harmed, even the taxpayers. That's $800,000 that in those 2 weekends I had to adjust schedules, I had to bring extra resources in. Things where people were pulled from all over the county to come in to make sure that this area was safe. So the business, right? We lost the taxpayer. Every taxpayer in Volusia County had to fund that shit show. And then you look at the businesses, Ocean Center, for example. I don't know if the county's going to join in this or not. They lost a long-term client. That gymnastics folk, those gymnastics high schoolers that come here every year at that time, they're like, we ain't coming back next year. Cancel our contract. So there's a ripple effect to this. This isn't about freedom of speech. This is about acting like an asshole and thinking that shooting and looting is a good way to do it. You had gangbangers in here from Gainesville, from Atlanta, from Newport News, from Miami, from Orlando. This had nothing to do with spring break. It was about creating a video where you can get clicks and call yourself a promoter. And that bar on Seabreeze, man, they're in my sight. Before my time is done here, I'm going after his liquor license.
I think that's really, Sheriff brought up a good point about the clicks. That's another aspect of the lawsuit is that, you know, promoters are encouraged to be sensational. The way that we consume social media, the more clicks, the more views, the more money you make. So another financial avenue, another way these promoters profit is off their social media. So if they get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of views, they're going to
friends in Orlando, try me. See if we can get you on here too. We're not backing down. This is the way we're doing business. Like I said, government, we tell you what not to do. We've decided to do things a little bit differently and turn the model on its head.
Thank you.
So that was the news conference there talking about a lawsuit being filed against a couple of people who are believed to be promoters of some of those unsanctioned Daytona Beach spring break events that the sheriff has been outspoken about. You heard some of the strong language that he used in that news conference as well, and saying this is not something that they are going to stand for. So we will be keeping an eye out for updates on that. Apologize for the audio quality on that news conference.
Like I said,
glad we
over an airplane, you'll hijack.
able to bring that to you live. It looks like he may be speaking again, maybe answering a couple other questions here. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Without a doubt. So if you're going to hold a community hostage, economically hostage, why would we not be able to pursue you? We'll get there. We'll get there. But tomorrow on Seabreeze, man, we're coming to get you. There was just a shooting out there 2 weekends ago in their parking lot. And guess where the shooter was from? Atlanta, Georgia. Here on one of the takeover flyers that was sent out. So we're working with Daytona Beach as well. This isn't just an intervention with the sheriff. I said it. We keep our word. I cannot thank Mr. Delgado enough. And I think he saw it firsthand as a commissioner, city commissioner. He saw it and said, "Hey, you're right. We do need to do something."
For those who don't know, you can get your first, last name, and title on camera, please. Sure.
Byron Donalds and I are law office of Byron Donalds and Associates. We run a local law.
And spell your first, last name, please.
AARONDELJ.
Thank you very much.
So now that news conference, I believe, coming to an end in Daytona Beach, where we heard from one of the commissioners and from the sheriff. Hold on, it looks like he may be walking back up to the
We're going to go after the liquor from a criminal land. I don't know if we're going to get there, but from a civil land, because he partnered with these clowns. Because Plummer and Brooks, their flyers that were littering the beach, he was advertising on there to come in for an after chaos event. And we've contacted about 30 people off of Eventbrite. We were able to get into their Eventbrite to see who actually spent money, and that's how we know she made money on this thing. And that bar was prominently mentioned to join. And again, then you have a shooting where another flyer was out there advertising chaos in Daytona. The shooting occurs in their parking lot. So, I would hope the community would rally maybe, and everybody get out there on Friday and Saturday night and picket this bar and tell them we don't want you in this community when you're going to wreak havoc like this. You bring nothing of value here. Nothing.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You guys.
Good.
All right, and now that news conference has come to an end there in Volusia County. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We heard earlier today from the state prosecutor, the state attorney in Orange and Osceola counties, Monique Worrell, announcing that her office will not be pursuing charges against a half dozen people who had been arrested for chalking the crosswalk outside the Pulse nightclub site. This was a controversy that went on for a little bit after the state painted the crosswalk back to black and white and had gotten rid of the rainbow coloring there. So here is the state attorney, Monique Worrell, speaking about this at a news conference earlier today.
Good morning. This morning, I want to announce that my office has completed its review of the 6th arrests made by Florida Highway Patrol at the Pulse nightclub Memorial crosswalk. I want to say that this investigation has taken two senior attorneys in my office more than 100 hours of investigation to complete. That's really important because I know that there have been questions with regards to why is it taking so long? And the answer to that question is this is a very novel issue. No one has ever been prosecuted for anything like this before. And our job is to get it right. So while there can be arrests made, I've often commented to the public that law enforcement is just part of this process. They have a very or a much lower standard by which they have to make an arrest, and our standard is much higher. And because there was no precedent, there was no case law or anything that could guide our decision making, it was very important that we reviewed each case and looked at the law, looked at the evidence, for which there were lots of videos, public videos, law enforcement videos, and then we needed to get additional information from the agencies that also took quite a bit of time to retrieve. So it is with our apologies to the community that it took so long, but that is the explanation as to why. Having said that, after a thorough legal and factual analysis, my prosecutors have recommended and I have accepted that no charges be filed against any of the 6 people who were charged in this case. I am here to explain that decision, to be transparent about what the evidence showed, and to be direct about the questions that this case raises that these no bills that will be entered or have been entered in this case this morning will be able to answer. To understand these arrests, you have to understand what preceded them. Only if I can switch to the next slide, though. Dave, when you can get that to the next slide for me, thank you. The original rainbow crosswalk at South Orange Avenue and West Esther Street was not unofficial. It was installed by the state of Florida in 2017. It was approved by FDOT, part of a $9 million state-funded improvement project on South Orange Avenue, a project FDOT's own documents described as built in conjunction with the Pulse Memorial. The crosswalk met national safety standards. City officials confirmed it was installed according to FDOT's own rules, and that its visibility, because of its colors, made it safer for the large number of pedestrians visiting the memorial. On August 21st, 2025, FDOT painted over this crosswalk overnight. No advance notice, no public process, no safety data presented to justify the removal. The timing matters. On June 30th, 2025, just weeks before FDOT issued an internal memo banning pavement markings associated with social, political, or ideological messages. That same day, U.S. Transportation Secretary Duffy issued a parallel federal directive. The crosswalk was not removed because it was unsafe. It was removed because of what it represented. The community responded immediately. People came to this spot with chalk. FDOT covered it again. The state erased this memorial twice before a single arrest was made. The August 29th arrest. Ortez Suarez was arrested by a state trooper for chalking the soles of his shoes and walking across the crosswalk. The judge at his first appearance found that there was no probable cause to detain him. The trooper's own in-car camera captured no visible footprints attributable to Suarez. My office sent a detailed questionnaire to the arresting trooper. He acknowledged receipt and indicated that he would complete it. He never did. More than a month passed without a response. My prosecutor simply cannot build a case on a bare assertion that has not been sworn to and cannot survive cross-examination. On August 31st, Mary Jane East, Zane Aparicio, and Donovan Short were arrested simultaneously by state troopers at 6:02 p.m. while chalking as a part of a large crowd of demonstrators. The trooper questionnaires in these cases were returned. What they show is significant. The trooper confirmed under oath that he could not estimate how much chalk Donovan Short applied, could not state what percentage of the crosswalk she was individually responsible for, and that she was arrested from a mass of demonstrators who were actively chalking the crosswalk. At the same time, he also confirmed that he recognized Short from prior contact, but no record explained why she specifically was selected for arrest while many others in the crowd were not. FDOT had placed collapsible barricades with paper signs at each end of the crosswalk, claiming chalking was illegal. The arresting trooper could not recall the exact language on those signs, whether the warning was legally sufficient, and whether the underlying legal claim on those signs was even accurate is itself an unresolved question. Within approximately 30 minutes of the August 31st arrest, a heavy downpour completely dissolved the chalk. The trooper's own in-car cameras captured a clean crosswalk, while the three defendants were still in custody at the scene. The crosswalk was restored by rain before FDOT arrived to clean it. Other community members and public officials were photographed chalking this same crosswalk, and they were not arrested. Law enforcement was present and observed this conduct without intervening. When asked how many others he saw chalking who were not arrested on August 31st, the trooper said he could not advise on that number. That answer, combined with the documented presence of others chalking freely, is the very definition of selective enforcement. On November 23rd, James Edward Hutchins and Austin Michael Trahan were arrested by state troopers after FDOT notified FHP's Regional Communication Center that two individuals were applying chalk to the same crosswalk. FDOT provided video showing both men grinding chalk onto the crosswalk by foot. A third individual was present and appeared to act as a lookout. The word resist was chalked on a nearby asphalt, and the phrase chalk the crosswalk appeared on adjacent sidewalk. The trooper located both defendants at a nearby Dunkin' Donuts where they matched the video descriptions and were wearing the same clothing. Both denied chalking the crosswalk, stating they had been chalking only the adjacent sidewalk. They were detained at 1:51 p.m. and placed under arrest at 2:21 p.m. FDOT submitted a cost document entitled Cost to FDOT, claiming $1,723.27 in combined labor and equipment to restore the crosswalk. That document itemizes wages for 5 employees and a consultant, plus hourly rates for a light-duty truck, an attenuator truck, and a vacuum truck. However, its own framing concedes the point. This was a cleaning operation, not a damage remediation. No photographs document the pre-cleaning condition of the crosswalk, and no record establishes that the surface sustained any permanent harm. The arrest affidavit also notes that Hutchins was observed moving an FDOT barricade. However, where it was moved is unknown. There's no evidence that the barricade was damaged, stolen, or even missing, and no evidence of what consequence, if any, followed from its movement. That conduct does not provide an independent basis for a felony charge. So let's talk about the law and why these charges can't be sustained. The charge, third-degree felony interference with an official traffic control device under Florida Statute 316-0775, incorporates the criminal mischief statute, which requires proof of actual property damage of $1,000 or more. We cannot prove that element. We cannot prove any damage at all. Sidewalk chalk is water soluble. It is designed to wash off outdoor surfaces. It does not permanently alter, etch, stain, or structurally impair a surface. The August 31 rain proved that on camera in real time. The cost figures FDOT submitted are cleaning invoices, not repair records. For the August 29th incident, 8 FDOT employees earning between $60,000 a year and $197,000 a year, and 3 vehicles were deployed to pressure wash an area smaller than 480 square feet. The 3-hour cleaning time and corresponding costs are unexplained by any documentation in the record. No photographs show the pre-cleaning condition of the crosswalk. No sworn testimony establishes what specifically required cleaning. And for the August 31st incident, the only damage figure in any of the 3 affidavits is a single sentence claiming $1,562 with no labor or equipment breakdown ever provided. And the rain had already cleaned the crosswalk before FDOT arrived. My office sent FDOT a detailed questionnaire asking it to substantiate these figures. FDOT did not respond. Florida Statute 316-0775 requires proof that the defendant actually defaced the traffic control device. And as I stated to you in the cases, there is no indication of the before and after conditions of the crosswalks. The Florida Supreme Court has held that actual property damage is an essential element of the criminal mischief that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. A government agency's election to send a cleanup crew does not establish that the surface was damaged. Chalk that dissolves in Florida rain is not damage under any interpretation of that statute. There is also a defacement problem independent of the damage issue. Florida Statute 316-0775 requires proof that the defendant actually defaced the traffic control device. Defacement, under every applicable legal definition, requires physical alteration that is lasting, something that mars, impairs, or permanently changes the surface. Chalk that washes off in rain simply cannot meet that standard. There's also a First Amendment problem that would shadow any prosecution, even if the other elements could be satisfied. This conduct occurred at a recognized memorial site, used a medium, chalk, that is temporary and non-damaging, and took place in a traditional public forum. A prosecution that survived the damage and defacement arguments would almost certainly not survive constitutional scrutiny. That in and of itself is not a reason to enter these no bills, but is certainly part of the full picture my prosecutors were required to consider. So here's what this decision means and what it does not resolve. The no bills end the prosecution of these 6 individuals, and that is the right outcome. I stand fully behind it. It does not mean the arrests were lawful or appropriate, and this charging decision addresses prosecutorial sufficiency. It does not adjudicate whether the underlying arrest complied with the Fourth Amendment, whether the enforcement posture was constitutionally permissible, or whether these individuals were singled out for reasons unrelated to the law. Those are separate questions. It does not undo what happened to these 6 individuals. They were placed in handcuffs, transported to the Orange County Jail, and charged with a felony. Felony arrest records now exist. And while the no bill removes the prosecution, it in no way removes the harm. And it does not resolve the original predicate, the state's decision to erase this crosswalk. That decision was made without public process, without safety justification, and as a part of a coordinated state and federal campaign to remove LGBTQ plus imagery from public spaces. It has never fully been accounted for. The evidence did not support these charges, and it didn't even come close. And this office will not use the power of prosecution as an instrument of political enforcement, not against this community, not against anyone. The cases are closed. The questions are not. This community and the 49 people whose memory this crosswalk was meant to honor deserve answers that these no bills alone cannot provide. Thank you.
So an obvious question is, have you been in contact with the governor's office, and do you anticipate that this will be used as another means for targeting you and for suspension?
That is not a consideration in the decisions here today.
One of the defendants is watching this right now, and he said it's time to paint it back. So if these 6 individuals and more are listening to this and they believe that it's now okay or permissible to chalk the crosswalk, what would your advice be?
So I am not in the habit of providing legal advice because as an attorney, I cannot represent any individual member of the public. However, the decisions here are in regards to these specific cases with these specific facts. It doesn't mean that it's open season to go out and use chalk however you feel like doing it. There are other statutes that could be implicated if individuals choose to do that, and that they may be arrested and then prosecuted as a result of that. But these individuals in these cases with these facts, we could not meet. That's not my call to make. I am the head of this agency, and it's my call only to make decisions with regards to what this agency will do.
You mentioned that FDOT didn't respond to a questionnaire that was sent to them. Is your office intending to keep looking into that, how those funds came to be, that amount?
No, the purpose of the questionnaires was so that we could gain the evidence that was necessary to make a decision to go forward or not go forward in this case. Their lack of response just gave us the position that we couldn't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, so we wouldn't go forward.
Did you get any insight in your investigation into the relationship between FHP and FDOT? FDOT was obviously going there almost every day and cleaning the crosswalk. Was FDOT directing FHP to make these arrests?
Our investigation did not provide any information with regards to that.
You will take an off-topic question.
Oh yes.
Hold on.
In the investigation about OPD that happened in January, the crash that left 1 person dead. Is there any update on that?
There is not, but I want to make sure that I've answered all the questions on the topic we're here to talk about today.
To clarify on this specific issue, the 6 that were arrested, that's all of them, right? There's not anyone outstanding related to the false crosswalks?
Those are the only cases that I'm aware of at this time.
And FHP is no longer stationed at all, the crosswalk, because for a while they were there pretty much every day.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. My understanding is that these were the last arrests. Is that accurate? Yeah. As far as we know, those were the last arrests made.
You also had mentioned too that there are still questions about the arrests themselves. Could you just explain what you're meaning by that, those specific questions that you're
Well, of course, because in all of the communication that I've received from the community over the last several months is this even illegal? Why were these people arrested? And those are not questions that I can answer. As I mentioned earlier, I am the state attorney, so I am responsible for what happens in this agency. Those questions are better posed to other agencies who were involved in making those arrests. Why were those arrests made? Were they directed from anywhere outside of those agencies? Those just aren't questions that I can answer.
And you said it's not open season for chalk, but I mean, if more cases come, now especially with this decision, and it's specifically chalking the crosswalk there, will those cases just be rejected?
Again, absolutely not, right? Because there are other laws that could be implicated if people are blocking traffic. There are just other considerations that have to be made. So we will review every case on a case-by-case basis to determine whether or not any laws have been violated. It's just in these specific cases, and because they all happened kind of together around the same time and on the same premises, we were able to find, and because of the lack of responsiveness from the other agencies involved, we were able to find that we didn't have enough evidence to go forward. That doesn't mean that that would be the case in the future, but in these cases we didn't.
And then just another clarifying question for me. It's just that one statute that was cited there, right? The other
Criminal mischief, yeah.
They didn't face any charges relating to blocking traffic.
Correct. There wasn't any information regarding that. So specifically on the August 31st incident, the only damage figure was the 1562. There weren't any labor breakdowns, and the rain cleaned the crosswalk in this situation. So there was no way that we would be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was any damage that had occurred. And then on the November 23rd incident, there was nothing tying those individuals to the specific chalking. And again, for the same reasons, it was a cleaning operation. There was no evidence provided with regards to the before and after condition, and cleanup doesn't meet the definition of damage. Yeah.
As you were looking into this, did you learn anything about how these troopers were directed or not directed from the state to make these arrests?
No, it was very difficult to get any information from the agencies regarding these arrests. So, normally when we have a case, we work hand in hand with the agencies. They provide us whatever information we ask for, and then we're able to make prosecution decisions. This was very different. It was very difficult to obtain information.
One of the things that stood out to me, is that even though the judge initially and subsequent judges indicated this shouldn't be felonies, they should be misdemeanor, less than $200, right? They continue to charge him with felonies. Do you have any understanding of why, and did you learn that this was some sort of intimidation?
Those questions are better suited for the agencies who made those determinations. Okay.
Are you able to comment on the plea deal for Miss Angelica Batista in the child abandonment case? You know, the terms of that. And again, how does this case emphasize the importance of the Florida Safe Haven law?
Sorry, we're not able to make a comment on that at this time.
Just wrapped up this morning, though. I think you already went through.
Right, and we're here to talk about crosswalks this morning. Yeah. All right. All right. Thank you all.
State Attorney Monique Worrell speaking earlier today at a news conference in Orlando, where she announced that charges will be dropped, that they are not pursuing the cases against those 6 people who were arrested and facing charges over chalking the crosswalk outside the Pulse nightclub site. Let me give you a live look right now in Hillsborough County, where we're awaiting a news conference from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to give an update on the 2 missing USF students, University of South Florida. We talked about this in our Tampa Connection earlier this week. These are the 2 students, Nahida Bristi and Zamil Limon, who had not been seen since April 16th. We know there was a large scene out earlier today in the Tampa area. Again, this is earlier today that in some of the law enforcement activity, a barricaded person taken into custody. 2 lanes of the Howard Franklin Bridge were shut down as well. And as a part of that investigation, caused you see a big backup there earlier today. So we're awaiting an update. All of that we have learned from Fox 13 was tied to the search for those 2 missing USF students, and we're now waiting for an update from officials any minute now. We'll bring that to you live when it does begin. Right now we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Yeah, welcome back in. I want to give you another live look right now in Hillsborough County, where we're expecting an update any minute now from officials with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, giving an update on 2 missing USF students. and the large scene earlier today that ended up with a barricaded person taken into custody. So we'll bring you that update as soon as it begins. We were told it would likely be around 1 o'clock. Obviously, when you're talking about breaking news and developing situations like that, not uncommon for things to run late as they get more information, as they kind of sort through what information they have, obviously, with this being a developing story. So we will bring this to you as soon as it does begin. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. We also got an update earlier today from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff talking about where things stand with Operation Epic Fury, the war in Iran. And it began with Secretary Hegseth talking about the ongoing U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, saying that they are taking steps to grow that and also urging Iran to make a deal.
Our blockade is growing and going global. America's military is unmatched, projecting power, denying passage to adversaries, and protecting our interest at the time and place of our choosing. No one sails from the Strait of Hormuz to anywhere in the world without the permission of the United States Navy. To the regime in Tehran, the blockade is tightening by the hour. We are in control, nothing in, nothing out. Iran's battered military, the IRGC specifically, has been reduced to a gang of pirates with a flag. They cloak their aggression in slogans, but the world now sees them for what they are, criminals on the high seas. They don't control anything. They're acting like pirates, acting like terrorists. They're the ones who lay indiscriminate mines, who shoot at random ships, who killed 45,000 of their own people, innocent protesters in the course of weeks. Their own people. They are the bad actors. The vessels that the Iranians seized in recent days, a couple of them, they're not American ships. They're not Israeli ships. They're just random ships that drove where they drove their little speedboats up to and shot at those ships with AK-47s. Anyone with a speedboat, a gun, and the wrong intentions can do that. They know that we, the United States of America, control the flow of global shipping, and we know that they know. Their real navy is at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf. It's worth saying again, for 47 years, Iran has been at war with America, killing our citizens, our soldiers, and our allies, while previous administrations looked the other way. The real endless war is the war that Iran has waged on us for 47 years. President Trump is the only president with the guts and moral clarity to finally do something about it. I see it every day behind closed doors. President Trump's fortitude is unshakable and his mission is crystal clear. President Trump said it again yesterday. We have all the time in the world, and we're not anxious for a deal. And I hear him say it every day in private as well. Iran knows that they still have an open window to choose wisely. As we said previously, choose wisely at the negotiating table. All they have to do is abandon a nuclear weapon in meaningful and verifiable ways, or instead they can watch their regime's fragile economic state collapse under the unrelenting pressure of American power. A blockade as long as it takes, whatever President Trump decides. Because the bottom line remains the bottom line. Iran will never get a nuclear bomb. The choice is theirs, but with this blockade, the clock is not on their side. Moreover, President Trump has authorized the United States Navy to destroy any Iranian fast boats that attempt to put mines in the water or disrupt passage through the Strait of Hormuz, to shoot and kill. Our commanders have clear rules of engagement. If Iran is putting mines in the water or otherwise threatening American commercial shipping or American forces, we will shoot to destroy. No hesitation, just like the drug boats in the Caribbean. It's also worth saying, this should not be America's fight alone. We barely use the Strait of Hormuz as a country. Our energy doesn't flow through there, and we have plenty of energy. Just look at the new global Congo line headed to Texas. A beautiful picture. Europe and Asia have benefited from our protection for decades, but the time for free riding is over. America and the free world deserve allies who are capable, who are loyal, and who understand that being an ally is not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. We are not counting on Europe, but they need the Strait of Hormuz much more than we do, and might want to start doing less talking and having less fancy conferences in Europe and get in a boat. This is much more their fight than ours. On this core mission, America's will is unshakable, our capabilities unmatched. Our blockade is only growing and going global. And as the president said, we have all the time in the world. Iran has a historic chance to make a serious deal, and the ball is in their court. Either way, the War Department stands ready for what comes next, locked and loaded. May God continue to bless our warriors each and every day and on each and every mission. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Today marks 55 days since the President of the United States ordered major combat operations against Iran. Today and this morning, the Joint Force remains postured and prepared to recommence major combat operations on the order of the President. On April 8th, the President announced a ceasefire, and last week, at the President's direction and on order of the Secretary, U.S. CENTCOM began enforcing a blockade against all commercial vessels going into and out of Iran and their ports. Simultaneously, the U.S. military, in support of the U.S. Department of Justice, was ordered to conduct maritime interdiction operations against sanctioned and dark fleet vessels globally. This operation also began on April 8th, and what I'd like to do this morning is update all of you on those actions and activities. First, as I mentioned, U.S. Central Command continues to maintain a strict blockade on all the ports. We're enforcing the blockade across the board against any ship of any nationality that is transiting to or from an Iranian port or territory. We're closely tracking vessels of interest headed towards Iran and those moving away from Iran that were outside the blockade area when this blockade was ordered. And as everyone saw this past weekend, we're prepared and postured to intercept them. As of this morning, 34 ships have met the U.S. blockade and made the wise choice to turn around. One ship did not, and that ship was the motor vessel Tuska. Over several hours this past Sunday, April 19th, the U.S. conducted maritime interdiction operations against the Tuska, whose crew attempted to breach the blockade line. The Tuska is a large container ship, about 965 feet long, or about the same size as a United States Navy aircraft carrier, and over 100 feet wide. The operation began about 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time when the United States Navy destroyer approached her, and the crew and the vessel ignored warnings. And I've described how the destroyer force is operating in the area prior. Upon intercept and coming within visual range, American forces began to issue several clear and unambiguous warnings and inform the vessel and their crew that they were in a violation of the U.S. blockade and directed the ship to turn around. Over a 6-hour period, the vessel and her crew repeatedly ignored U.S. warnings. And then the U.S. Navy destroyer executed a series of pre-planned, carefully calibrated escalation options, including firing 5 warning shots. The vessel and her crew continued to ignore warnings. And after exhausting all other measures, CENTCOM authorized disabling fire against the Tuska. U.S. sailors warned the crew of the Tuska to abandon the engine room, and at approximately 9 a.m. Eastern Time, the destroyer disabled the Tuska's engine by firing 9 inert rounds from the destroyer's Mark 45 5-inch guns precisely into the engine room and engine space on board the Tuska. Not surprisingly, the vessel then reported issues with their engine, went dead in the water, and began to comply with U.S. directions and orders. At 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, CENTCOM ordered United States Marines to seize the ship. Via helicopters, U.S. Marines maneuvered quickly to the disabled ship, boarded her from fast ropes via helicopter infiltration methods, and took custody of the ship. The ship and her crew remain safe in U.S. custody today. Let me now turn to global operations in the Pacific, and I want to highlight that this is a major interagency effort between the United States military, the White House, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. On Monday, April 20th, U.S. Indo-PACOM forces, in support of a Department of Justice request, interdicted the motor tanker Tiffany, which was transporting sanctioned Iranian oil. The Tiffany is a very large crude tanker, VLCC for short, and is also about the size of a U.S. aircraft carrier and capable of transporting approximately 2 million barrels of oil. At approximately 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. military forces and law enforcement forces also went to the ship via rotary wing platforms, fast-roped onto her deck, and secured her. After the ship was secured, a U.S. Navy control team embarked aboard the Tiffany, and assumed control of the ship at 4 a.m. Eastern Time on April 21st. A Navy control team is comprised of sailors led by a boarding officer that assumes control of a seized ship in order to secure the crew, the cargo, and the vessel, and disposition of that first vessel is still pending. The next interdiction occurred on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, 22 April, when Indo-PACOM conducted yet another interdiction, again at the request of the U.S. Department of Justice. This time, the stateless motor tanker Majestic X, also known as the Ponix, also in the Indian Ocean. This is again a VLCC, or very large crude tanker. At approximately 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, U.S. forces began the interdiction, again using rotary wing assets to get to the ship, got on board, and secured the bridge. Both ships, the Tiffany, the Majestic X, and their crews remain in U.S. custody, and we will continue to conduct similar maritime interdiction actions and activities in the Pacific and Indian Oceans against Iranian ships and vessels of the Dark Fleet. The actions by our service members and our law enforcement partners demonstrate the incredible discipline and dedication and professionalism of our joint force and highlight the global reach of American combat power. The joint force remains on ensuring the Iranian regime cannot harm our interests or those of our allies and partners. And I'll highlight that Iran has repeatedly sought to offensively and proactively expand the conflict by aggression against its neighbors and its attacks on global shipping through the Strait. To date, Iran has attacked 5 merchant vessels, seized 2 of them that were attempting to transit the Strait, and these include ships that Iran itself had cleared to proceed. Now, as I always do, I want to honor members of the Joint Force. Today, I want to highlight and proudly describe the essential role of our intelligence enterprise and the role that they play in conducting our military operations. The totality of their work is the culmination of days, months, and in many cases, years of work by our uniformed and civilian intelligence professionals. We have been able to do the work that we are ordered to do because America's intelligence force, including our core collectors and analysts, have spent decades searching for every loose thread. from the determination of a particular intelligence requirement to that piece of intelligence being collected in the field by a military or interagency case officer, to the rigorous analysis that goes into reporting on that finding. Those team members spend their careers answering the incredibly important questions that we must attempt to answer before, during, and after operations. They live in the enemy's mind. Normally located behind the green door or behind the vault door in dark, windowless rooms across the world, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, are world-class intel members from DIA, our service intelligence components, NSA, NGA, CIA, NRO, and in the case of the operations that I've just described, the Office of Naval Intelligence, all work tirelessly to sift through the mountains of collected information using tools, tactics, techniques, and procedures that I'm not going to discuss today. The sun never sets on these world-class professionals, and their goal is every minute of every day to be on the account. And they know the enemy. They know their combat capability, their weapons, their industrial and economic systems, and they know their leaders' pattern of life, where they go, what they think, and what they do. Thanks to their work, we know Iran, and it is an incredible work that they do. Again, none of our operations that we've conducted during my time in this job could have been done without the service of these intelligence professionals. And the distance from those core collectors and those analysts to those Patriot crews who are defending U.S. forces forward or the fighter pilots is incredibly small. Every single day, as their mottos say, they are committed to excellence in the defense of the nation and to securing the future, and they're doing the work of the nation. Before I close, as I do every time, I want to highlight and remember our fallen. Today, I want to highlight the 63 victims of the terrorist bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, which occurred 43 years ago, just a few days ago, on April 18th, 1983. At that time, this was the deadliest attack on a U.S. diplomatic mission, and this was the first attack conducted by Iranian-backed forces on Americans. The suicide bomber detonated a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device out in front of the embassy, killing 63 innocent people, including 32 Lebanese, 14 visitors, and 17 Americans. And among those lost, members of the Joint Force to include 3 Army soldiers and 1 United States Marine. We remember their names: Sergeant First Class Richard Twine, Staff Sergeant Ben Maxwell, Staff Sergeant Mark Salazar, and United States Marine Corporal Vincent McMaw. Today we remember them. We carry on their memory and the memory of all our fallen, and remain grateful for their sacrifice and that of their families, who continue to show us what courage looks like. As we continue to press forward and maintain these operations, the Secretary, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I are deeply humbled by the spirit, tenacity, and commitment and grit of the 2.8 million members of our Joint Force. The Secretary and I thank every member of the Joint Force engaged in this operation, every warrior who remains deployed or who is supporting from here at home. Thank you to, and thank you to your families. Sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take.
And before they take questions there, we're going to take a quick break. Still waiting on this news conference to start in Hillsborough County. We will bring that to you when it does begin. So keep it right here on Fox Local, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, give you a live look in Waycross, Georgia. This is the governor of the state of Georgia, Brian Kemp, who is surveying and talking about wildfires that are burning in southeast Georgia. Where they are now in Waycross, about 90 minutes from Jacksonville. You may see a number of Jacksonville stations, mic flags there at the podium. We know that in Georgia they're dealing with some of the same conditions that we are in parts of our state as well, with the drought and the wildfires burning. Well, let's go ahead and listen in live.
Again, and really we need a change in the weather. I was telling Marty earlier, we've got to get her not only her pray shirt, but a pray for rain shirt, because that's what we need. We need a change in the weather. But until we get that, we're just going to stay after these fires and do everything we can to keep them contained and also protect homes and obviously lives. We also have Florida, Alabama, and South Carolina that are facing similar issues. So we've been swapping resources back and forth, and obviously resources are getting shared with our neighbors. Director Sabo issued a burn ban for the 91 counties in South Georgia on Wednesday, so it's about from the middle of the state down. This will run for 30 days unless extended. I would like to add, I know it's aggravating for people not being able to burn debris in their yards and other things, but we just need to make sure to adhere to the burn ban. Any fire that breaks out that we have to go chase or the locals do takes resources away from us dealing with these devastating fires that potentially can burn another home. So I would just ask all Georgians to please adhere to the burn ban in the 91 counties. As you know, I issued a state of emergency for the same 91 counties. It'll also run for 30 days. I mentioned earlier we've been in touch with the White House and all our federal partners after Saturday's fire started, and we're grateful for their assistance. FEMA approved a fire management assistance grant for Clinch and Eccles County. They also approved a federal incident management team, which is 75 skilled national fire safety team professionals that's helping us with management of the fire. The Georgia National Guard has 6 air assets able to help with fire suppression. Department of Natural Resources and the response teams are deployed, as well as the Insurance Commissioner's Office. The Georgia State Patrol is providing support with traffic and other things. The Department of Agriculture is doing a host of issues, livestock relocation. Their law enforcement division is here, and many other things. We also have other state agencies involved: the Department of Human Services, Georgia Department of Transportation, the Department of Community Supervision, and we have a fire team from the Department of Corrections that's helping us. So I'm going to call on Director Sabo to come up and give you an update from the Forestry Commission standpoint and all that his team is doing on the ground. Then we'll hear from Director Lamb and General Wilson, and then all the folks behind me are here to answer any questions you may have when we get done. Director?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. My name's Johnny Sabo. I'm the director for the Georgia Forestry Commission. First, I just want to say our thoughts are with the families and communities that's been impacted. It's not just a number. We understand that this is your livelihood, extremely disruptive for your life, and for that we are truly sorry, and we are doing everything we can to quickly contain these fires. I also want to recognize the firefighters, first responders, and partners who have worked around the clock. Many just who have not went home, who just stay out on the line and keep fighting. So thank you to them. We are currently experiencing extreme to exceptional drought. Exceptional is as bad as it gets. There's not a number higher than that. And that has caused our wildfire activity to succeed our 5-year average as far as number of wildfires. To put that in perspective, in the last 30 days, we've had over 800 wildfires for 43,507 acres. So most of that acreage is unfortunately Highway 82 and the Pineland Fire, but any spark, chains, grill is causing new wildfires for us. As the governor mentioned today, the Brantley County is the most significant home loss we have ever experienced in the state from a single wildfire. We've received a lot of questions on what have we done to prepare for this, so I'd like to address that for just a moment. And the situation is serious, but to for everybody to understand, we have been trending in this direction for a long time with the lack of rain, drought, fire conditions. Also, Hurricane Helene, the fuel loading that we have seen, that is absolutely playing a part in the Pineland fire with the increased fuel loading on the ground. And although we've been actively preparing for these fire seasons, there's no way to predict where a wildfire is going to start. Annually, our pre-suppression efforts, we put in enough lines, the Georgia Forest Commission does, to circumnavigate the globe. So on top of that, we have put in over 4,000 lines in the Helene area before these fires started to give ourselves a place to make a stand before a fire starts. We also have a very robust prescribed fire program. That is how we play offense in Georgia to prepare before a wildfire starts and have healthy forests. 1.4 million acres of healthy prescribed fire this year. And any of those areas that are burned, that gives us defensible space in these catastrophic times. We also work with communities to have a community wildfire protection plan. So we have those in place in 145 of our counties. And we have 139 FireWise communities that where we work with homeowners associations to make sure they have defensible space. They're not putting firewood up against their house and just different things like that that help these firefighters when they are having to go in and protect structures. You've heard this is a coordinated effort with local, state, and federal partners. I've never seen anything like it in 22 years of fighting wildland fire as far as just the support from the agencies, governor's office, and everybody else. It is, what can I do to help? And I cannot thank everybody behind me enough. Also understand there's a desire to help, but these are extreme conditions. We've received an outpouring of support of, hey, I have equipment, I have bulldozers, I have tractors, I would like to help. Please understand our firefighting tractors are not something you can just go buy. They are completely broken down, every duty fire plows, and then our firefighters are trained to the highest standards nationally. So this is something to where we can't just grab somebody and put them on a line with this erratic fire behavior that we are having. So we do appreciate the support and the outpouring for that. And I will leave it as apologize
a little bit about the,
yes, sir,
the equipment that we got a year and a half ago.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I do want to thank our elected officials. They have been extremely supportive. I mentioned the 4,000 miles of line. That was done with extra funds we received from General Assembly to prepare. Also, increased funds for wildfire fighting equipment. That was roughly 28 tractors that we have received from 2 years ago. This year, we also received the additional $10 million. Unfortunately, we're, hasn't had time to get those tractors, in yet and on the line. But just to continue support. Also, a new helicopter for pre-suppression for us. It has been actively engaged.
This news conference continuing right now in Waycross, Georgia. We are also still waiting for the update from Hillsborough County on the 2 missing USF students. We're getting ready to take a quick break right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live and continue our live streaming news coverage. So keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We will have much more in just a couple of minutes.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, welcome into Florida Live. We are tracking breaking news this afternoon. This is in Hillsborough County, where the chief deputy of the sheriff's office, they are walking out right now to give an update on 2 missing USF students. We know there was a barricade situation earlier today and a big scene on the Howard Franklin Bridge that was part of this investigation into these missing students. Let's go ahead and listen in right now for the update from officials in Tampa.
Today at approximately 9 a.m., we received a domestic violence call for service. Units responded. We knew that this was the home of the suspect. Units responded. We were able to take the family out of the residence and get them to safety. At that time, we commanded the suspect to come out to our deputies. He refused. That happened for some time, about 20 minutes or so. Commands were continued to give to the suspect. He did not respond, nor did he come out. At that time, SWAT was activated. SWAT responded, and at approximately 10:36 a.m., SWAT arrived on scene. SWAT then mobilized and commanded the suspect to come out of the residence. At that time, he came out peacefully and was taken into custody. These are the charges of the suspect. The suspect's name is Hisham. The charges we have so far are domestic violence, simple battery, domestic violence, false imprisonment, tampering with evidence, failure to report death to LEO or MEO, and unlawfully hold or move a dead human body in unapproved condition. Let me just take this opportunity to talk to you before we get into questions and before I hand it off to Chief Daniel. You know, Sheriff Cronister's #1 priority is to keep this community safe and to locate these 2 USF students. And working collectively with USF Police Department and Chief Daniel, we did that. We looked and we had every stone uncovered between his assets and ours. When I tell you I had hundreds of detectives and deputies and assets looking for Nahida and Zamil, that is the truth. Anywhere between my criminal investigations division, my special investigations division, aviation assets, marine assets, drone operators, and SWAT, and our crisis negotiation team, and our bomb team here today. This is still an active investigation, so you will have a lot of questions, and I will answer them to the best of my ability. But please understand, I will answer them as best as I can without jeopardizing the investigation we have thus far. I want to thank our partners. I want to thank again, Chief, thank you for all your help. The USF Police Department, the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, the Clearwater Police Department. Everybody came together in this community, in this Bay Area, to try and find a safe resolution for Nahida and Zamil. Chief?
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I want to restate the sorrow we feel for the families. President Moaz, Lamayam, the leadership staff at USF, the USF Police Department, we really assert safety on campus. We do everything we can to make the campus safe. This is the last thing that we want to happen. Our hearts go out to the families, to the students at USF that knew these other students. And going forward, I just want to thank the chief, all the deputies that came out to help us. It was amazing to see the teamwork, the agencies across the Bay that helped us. It wouldn't be for all that help that we would be where we are today. And it's not the ending we hoped for, but we do appreciate the collaboration and the partnerships.
Available for any questions you may have. Great question. So the human remains that we were discovered this morning was one body, and that has been positively identified to Zamil. We are still actively searching for Nahida. And again, I implore the community, if you have any tips of where you've seen her or she's just recently seen, please report it to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office immediately so we can recover her to safety. We don't have any indication to think that she is or she is not. We are still actively trying to recover Nahida. The suspect initially, when we made initial contact, was talking. Yesterday we re-interviewed the suspect. He did talk, and then he ended the interview. Right now, currently, he is at our Criminal Investigations Division speaking with detectives. At this time, we have no indications to think that he was not working alone. But again, active investigation. Right now, we don't have any inclination to think that he was working with anybody else. So the suspect, Hisham, was a roommate of Zamil. So that is where the connection lies. Nahida did not live on that property. Nahida lived on USF campus. So the connection is that the suspect, Hisham, and Zamil were roommates. Through investigative measures, we are able to link the suspect to this case and to this body. Right now, we are pending the autopsy results for manner and cause of death, which is at the Pinellas County in Pinellas County. We should be getting results of that at the quickest, maybe tomorrow.
What are the immigration status of people and
They are on student visas and they are here in this country legally.
and the immigration status of the suspect?
The suspect, he was born, he is a U.S. citizen. Still working through that. The question was, what is the motive? We're still working through that. It's still an active investigation. At this time, that's up to the medical examiner and the autopsy. We will get those results again, perhaps tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. The suspect is the roommate of Zamil. Thank you all. I'm sorry. We're still working the investigation, so we need the community's help. Any tips we have to see her last known location, where has she been seen recently? If anybody has that information, please contact the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Now, I would love to answer those questions, but again, still active investigation. All right, thank you.
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy Joseph Maurer giving an update there on the situation in Hillsborough County earlier today. We know there are, we talked earlier this week first about the two missing USF students. That was in our Tampa connection earlier this week. Nahida Bristi, Zamil Limon, that had last been seen over a week ago, April 16th, when they were last seen. Let me give you a look at the scene earlier today, the Howard Franklin Bridge, where there were two lanes that were shut down for hours after those human remains were found earlier today. We now know from investigators that those remains belong to Zamil Limon. Then that led investigators to this scene in a neighborhood where there was the suspect. They had barricaded inside a home there. Hisham, they said his name was, the roommate of Zamil Limon, and the search continuing now for Nahida Bristi. The investigators say they still don't know where she might be or what the situation is there, but they are working to figure that out. The investigation's still ongoing. The motive right now not clear, but the suspect in this case now charged in connection with the disappearance of those missing USF students. Obviously, still a developing situation. And will likely be more to come from this. So we'll be continuing to monitor this situation here on Florida Live and on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. We still have a lot to get to. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us here on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. We are tracking an update this afternoon to a story we've been following all week that was first broken by Fox 35, this investigation into Sloth World. We have some updates on that. We're going to be checking in soon with Fox 35's Marie Edinger with hopefully some updates on that in the next few minutes. So we'll keep you updated on that, hoping for some new details and developments in that case. There's been a lot going on with that this week, and we hope to have some updates for you here in the next few minutes. We also heard earlier today from the prosecutor in Orange and Osceola counties announcing that charges are going to be dropped against 6 people who were arrested and facing charges after putting chalk in the crosswalk outside Pulse nightclub. You may remember that uproar and everything that happened for the period of a couple of weeks after the state began to paint over the crosswalk there and at other locations where they made them black and white again instead of the rainbow coloring that was there previously. So we heard today the prosecutor announcing that those charges will be dropped. Here's a little bit of what Monique Worrell had to say at that news conference earlier today.
Good morning. This morning, I want to announce that my office has completed its review of the 6th arrests made by Florida Highway Patrol at the Pulse nightclub Memorial crosswalk. I want to say that this investigation has taken two senior attorneys in my office more than 100 hours of investigation to complete. That's really important because I know that there have been questions with regards to why is it taking so long? And the answer to that question is this is a very novel issue. No one has ever been prosecuted for anything like this before, and our job is to get it right. So while there can be arrests made, I've often commented to the public that law enforcement is just part of this process. They have a very or a much lower standard by which they have to make an arrest, and our standard is much higher. And because there was no precedent, there was no case law or anything that could guide our decision making, it was very important that we reviewed each case and looked at the law, looked at the evidence, for which there were lots of videos, public videos, law enforcement videos, and then we needed to get additional information from the agencies that also took quite a bit of time to retrieve. So it is with our apologies to the community that it took so long, but that is the explanation as to why. Having said that, after a thorough legal and factual analysis, my prosecutors have recommended and I have accepted that no charges be filed against any of the 6 people who were charged in this case. I am here.
That was Monique Worrell earlier today announcing that no one going to be facing charges. She did go a little bit more in depth and kind of outlining some of the reasons for that, talking about the evidence, also talking about selective enforcement that was seen at that area. And so a number of factors playing into the decision not to pursue charges in this case. Let me give you a live look right now in southeast Georgia. This is about 90 minutes from Jacksonville, where the governor of Georgia has been surveying wildfires and damage in that area. We know that they are dealing with many of the same conditions that we are here and seeing some of those wildfires in a number of places across the state. Going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who is joining me live now here in our streaming studio. And TJ, Georgia, they're seeing historic wildfires right now. We're also seeing issues continuing in parts of our state as this drought just continues.
It's just gotten worse and worse. We haven't had, I feel like, aside from a couple weeks ago, we had that good dreary week where we had a lot of rain. Some was picking up, over half a foot of rain, but it still was kind of feast or famine, Garrett. Some of us saw more, some of us saw a lot less than that, but we really need, I feel like we need the rainy season, and we still have like a month-ish to go, essentially, until we'll likely start to see the changes take shape to get us there. But yeah, it's a shame, and we've had the red flag warnings and the wildfire danger here, and as you mentioned, just terrible to see up in Georgia, these wildfires ravaging parts of the area.
Yeah. So what are we seeing right now here in our area, and what can we expect heading into the weekend here?
So at least we have a chance of showers and thunderstorms, Garrett, which will be good. We'll be watching that. Not a great chance, but at least the threat of some showers and storms in the forecast as we progress through our Saturday, our Sunday. Even today we've seen a couple showers from time to time. So we'll be watching that. The heat, though, that's something we'll have to worry about as well. Temperatures climbing back above normal. I mean, it is typical, right? We're now getting into later April. We have 84 in the Villages, 83 in Orlando, and overnight will be fairly seasonable. But through the next few days, we'll feel more of that mugginess and heat even through the overnight, but we'll be still in the 50s for some of our northwestern spots. It may be good to open up the windows if you can, enjoy some of that cooler air, but we'll be a little muggier, a little warmer around the metro in the low to mid 60s. And tomorrow, check out the temps, upper 80s, low 90s with the help of the sea breeze and some upstairs energy. We will have the threat of a few showers and thunderstorms in the heating of the day, so at least something, right, to try to give a little drink to everything around Central Florida and North Central Florida. In terms of the heat, though, that's something we'll have to contend with really as we progress into this upcoming work week. We'll see these little weak disturbances upstairs in the atmosphere, but overall, this ridge is kind of driving us as we head through early next week. Temperatures really hanging at, but mainly above normal. Garrett, but you can see here that in terms of what we're looking at over the next 24 to 36 hours, there's not a lot of rain on our Fox weather model. You kind of see the sea breeze collision here this afternoon, a couple of showers, maybe a storm. They've rained themselves out, fall apart through the overnight, and then we essentially do it all over again on Saturday afternoon and evening. We'll have a few showers and thunderstorms possible, but it looks like there's another slightly more organized system that comes our way Sunday. Chances come up just a bit as we progress through the latter half of our weekend, so at least more meaningful rain trying to come to the table, but even that, still chances only around 40% or so. And it looks like next week it's hot and dry yet again, so I think we're just going to continue to, I feel like we sound like broken records, but we're like, the drought's getting worse. At least over the weekend, I think with a little more moisture in the air, we should keep that fire risk down. But I know it's been a story this week because of we've had the lower humidity, comfy things, but also the breeze and the lower humidity driving that wildfire threat.
But we're going to be heading into a period where we're going to be dealing with, it's going to be feeling like summer, even though we're not heading into the rainy period.
Yeah.
Hot temperatures.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we're definitely getting a summer preview, and honestly, I think this time of the year we start to see less fronts getting through. We start to transition into that more classic Florida feel where it's hotter, more humid. And I feel like if anyone's vacationing, the pool, the beach, probably not going to be bad spots to hit over the next couple of days, next week.
Do you have theme park plans this weekend?
There has been mention of theme park plans tomorrow, but I think the beach, we may try to hit the beach on Sunday, tentatively. So I'm hoping to get there. Do you have some pool or beach or theme park plans?
Every weekend there's pool plans. But this weekend actually, one of my nephews, he's turning 10.
Oh wow!
Doesn't live here. He lives in Nashville.
Okay.
But his parents are surprising him with a trip to Disney. So we're gonna get to meet up with them on Sunday and get to hang out with him for his birthday at Hollywood Studios.
So he has no idea.
He doesn't know. No. He knows now, or at least knows that they're coming here now.
Okay.
They pulled him out of school earlier today to surprise him, and so they should be flying down here and. They're probably in the air right now on their way here down to Orlando. So yes, I do have theme park plans. It'll be fun.
That's amazing. Eric was on a work trip, and coming back from Pennsylvania, everybody was so excited. I feel like a flight's going to Disney because everyone's got the bags and the shirts, and you're like, here we go, and we're like, we're just coming home, and everyone else is like so jacked up and excited, it's so nice. It's so fun.
It's fun energy to feed off of.
Yes, I'm like, this is great.
Yeah. Well, no matter what you have going on this weekend, you're going to need to stay cool. That's for sure.
Most definitely. Maybe bring the poncho to the park just in case tomorrow or Sunday. I would say just to be on the safe side.
I'm not a poncho person. I just roll the dice. And there have been many times I have regretted that.
You're like, you know what? This really stinks.
Yes. Fox 25 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. We appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Continuing to track a lot of developments this week when it comes to sloths. That story we've been following all throughout the week here on Fox 35. Going to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now via Zoom. And Marie, you've got an update for us, some new information just coming in this afternoon.
Yeah, Fox 35 had been reporting on Sloth World, which was a facility that was supposed to be a place that people could visit and see sloths. But a lot of things seem to have gone wrong all at once, and dozens of sloths, 31 sloths, died at that facility or in transport to the facility. There are 14 that still survive that we know of, and those right now are coming over to the Central Florida Zoo in Sanford. The zoo says that they are going to be quarantined immediately for a minimum of 30 days. That's standard for any mammal coming in. And they don't know how many of those 14 they're going to keep in the long run. They do have the capacity to keep at least a few of them. They used to have a sloth here. It died just a few months ago. But so as for those 14, they'll quarantine here. Some may stay. And then the rest, some or all, will go to other accredited zoos with the American... Excuse me, it's the AZA. It's Zoos and Aquariums. They have an accreditation that marks particular zoos and aquariums as being of a higher caliber, essentially, for education and preservation. Zoos here, including the Central Florida Zoo, aren't just housing animals and housing visitors. They also do a lot of work for research and preservation of different species. They're doing the same with sloths, and that's what they hope to do with the ones coming in. That being said, they do not know the condition that these 14 sloths are in that are headed here right now. We do know, again, that 31 died, that these 14 could be sick in some way or could be emaciated. We do not know. The zoo doesn't either. They just got this call on Monday that they were going to have 14 different animals headed their way. That's 14 more mouths to feed, 14 animals that are going to need medical care and attention and a space. So they spent the week creating that space and that habitat for them. They said they were cutting down some trees to create branches for the sloths to hang out on, and that they have redone that facility throughout the week. They just got it ready in completion yesterday for the sloth's arrival. That's expected to happen in the next 15 minutes or so.
Okay, I was going to ask if they had a space already, but it sounds like that was something that they worked on just since Monday when they first got this call.
Yeah, so they said that they always have space available, that they're kind of ready at any time to get a call like this, and they have in the past. It's just that usually when they get a call, it's a couple of animals, not 14. So this is a pretty big undertaking. It will be expensive, but I asked about that. I talked with the CEO just a few minutes ago, and he was saying this is their mission. This is what the Central Florida Zoo and the other 240 AZA accredited zoos across the country are for. This is what the people working here are all about. So it just wasn't something they could say no to. So they view it as an opportunity to make these animals better as best they can and to get them the best care in the world. So it's something they certainly view as an undertaking, but it's something they are looking at as an opportunity. And again, they're ready for this at any time. It's just making sure they get things in motion.
All right, and so they are expected to arrive, you said, any minute now.
Yeah, that's right. So it is, 2:20-ish now, 2:30? Yeah. So they should be here, in about 15 minutes.
All right. Well, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon and bringing us that developing story.
Of course, Garrett.
We are also following updates in the ongoing negotiations between the Tampa Bay Rays and Hillsborough County when it comes to a new stadium that they are hoping to build there. And the team owners had hoped for the county to have approved the deal, the funding deal, by June 1st in order to get things rolling and try to have that new stadium that they're proposing on the Hillsborough College site on Dale Mabry Highway to be ready in time for opening day of 2029. Well, Tampa Bay Times reported yesterday that the county in a memo told the Rays owners, we're not going to be able to meet that deadline. And so that got a lot of reaction on social media. from folks one way or the other, obviously with the backdrop of previous failed stadium deals. And so I talked earlier with Alex Murphy from Raise the Roof to put all of this in context for us and kind of what to watch for next as all of this continues.
Yeah, so I think it's more of the latter. When you look at a situation like this, I mean, there's $1 billion of public funding on the line here. It's not like it's $12. You're trying to go out to lunch with your friend and you're trying to figure out, who's paying. Like, this is a lot of money. This is one of the biggest asks of public money that's ever been done when it comes to a sports stadium. So, I mean, like, the Rays are asking a lot of money here, and I think that Hillsborough County realizes that, and they're trying to make sure that the money that the Rays want in this kind of scenario is coming from the right sources, and they have the money where it needs to be in order to get that done. Like, you can't rush into something with so much money on it. I mean, again, $1 billion, that is a lot. If you look at the history of the stadiums, the stadium ideas and concepts. The last stadium project that they had in St. Peter, the one that they were trying to do in 2024, that had a $1.4 billion price tag on it. The Rays wanted about $600 million from Pinellas County and St. Pete. They're adding another $1 billion on top of that. So that's basically the difference here that we're talking about. I mean, it's a lot of money. I know that the Rays are forking out, or allegedly forking out, a lot on their side. But Hillsborough County is just looking for some extra time to dot the I's and cross the T's and make sure that everything's good. Like, if I was in that kind of scenario, I'm not going to lie, I would probably need a little bit more time, because that's just a lot of money to give out to one specific thing.
Well, and especially when you bring up the previous stadium proposals, this is something that has been going on before. Obviously, different ownership group for the previous times, but this is something that we have seen this back and forth kind of go on before. And so I think that is probably one reason you're seeing this reaction, not just from Hillsborough County officials, but also from the fan base.
No, I completely agree with that. And I think that because Ray's new CEO, Ken Babby, addressed it when they had their introductory press conference back in, I believe it was like early October, where he said that, like, there's a lot of fatigue that comes, or that has happened over time with the stadium situation, the stadium saga. And I completely agree with that. I mean, like, I barely want to talk about it on our social medias and on our podcast, because, like, it just gets nauseating. It gets tiring at some point. Like, if they've been at this since 2009, if you remember the sale design in St. Pete. Then they had, 2018, the Ray design in Ybor, and now, 24. And then, it's been a long time. There's been a lot of things going on with this, and a lot of people are just tired of talking about it. So I think that's probably the reason why a lot of people are having these kind of knee-jerk reactions, because they want something done. And it's been, 17 years since that initial design, or when that initial design was essentially put out. So that's a lot of time, maybe even more than that, maybe 18. But that's a lot of time being allotted towards one specific thing. And then that's not even accounting the whole Montreal split city plan situation. Like, there's just been a lot of stuff that's happened with this. And I think people are just tired and they want something done. But at the same token, it would not be worth it if if the county needs more time, as they said, because they said in that Tampa Bay Times article, I think it was anywhere from they need 45-day period now, essentially going into that June 1st deadline, of which the Rays put out there. I think they said 60 to 90 days is what they were looking for. So if it comes down to where the Rays end up losing, all of this goes to crap or whatever it is, and the stadium goes under, or the stadium deal goes under, with basically a difference of 45 days, I don't think that's worth it for anyone. So as tiring as it is, if a deal wants to get done, both sides need to make sure that everything is, again, I's are dotted, T's are crossed in this situation.
So what do you think this means kind of moving forward here, as obviously still more things need to be done with the, to kind of come to that agreement, and what does this mean for the Rays and that deadline of 2029 as well, the opening day of 2029?
No, it's a good point. So I think, again, a lot of this is just gesturing, just trying to figure out, it's good that the Rays put a deadline out, because I think that, again, that shows that they want to capitalize on all of this stadium related stuff as much as possible. At the same token, it also gives the county more or less a quote unquote deadline, even if they extend it slightly. It gives them a quote unquote deadline for everything. And I know, I will say, I think that the back and forth between both the city or both the team and then the city and county has been pretty good. It's the county sent over questions that they want the Rays to answer, and then the Rays put out a statement today. What was the statement? It says, we are working diligently on the list of questions provided to us by the county and city, and we'll share our responses with them soon. With the right public-private partnership, we can build a world-class ballpark by 2029 and remain focused on doing so. So the Rays have acknowledged that the county has sent them over questions. They want answers for specific things. So it's good. Like, I don't know if previous Rays ownership would have had that sort of response. So it shows that this is a working thing going on. Like, there are things that still need to be answered. There are questions that have remained unsolved, and the Rays are trying to do their part on their end to make sure that those questions are answered, and the county's doing their part on their end to make sure that they're asking the right questions to the team to make sure that this is the right deal.
And Alex, those of us here in Orlando who, would love to have Major League Baseball here are sitting over there watching this going, raising an eyebrow again, even after we had thought, all hope for an Orlando team was kind of dead here.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on any of that stuff. I know that is beyond my pay grade. I know that, again, I know that the movement with the Orlando Dreamers thing, I know that they're trying to make sure that that's as strong as possible. I just think that it's something, if you look at the whole timeline of all of this and everything that's involved, you have the political side of things with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The Rays want to make sure that they take advantage of having, with DeSantis in office to make sure that this goes through because of the political connections that already exist between principal owner Patrick Zalewski and DeSantis from his time when, being on the board at, I forget what specific board, but the board at the University of Florida. That's where they kind of first met, and then things went from there in terms of a more professional relationship. But and then on top of that, you have the commissioner Rob Manfred saying that he wants baseball to happen in Tampa Bay, and he wants it to stay in Tampa Bay. So that's another big thing. And then looking at if there was a scenario down the road where the team was moved, Major League Baseball would lose like $2 billion in an expansion fee, because I think that's kind of where things are going. So by them allowing everything that happened in Oakland happen, the Major League Baseball does not want that to happen again. So they want to try to find whatever way possible to make sure that the Rays stay in the area. And again, if it takes an extra 15 days, if it takes an extra month, that is beyond worth it than losing the team forever. I just think, I think that's important to note here, that it's not like the county is asking for another year. They just want to make sure that everything's all good. But there are a lot of parts to this that are still very much favoring the team staying in the area. There's a lot of people that wanted to stay in the area. There's a lot of pieces that are just lined up for that to happen. They just need to make sure that the deal's right, and then once the deal's right, then they can get on board with it. I don't know if 2029 is still a feasible deadline. Maybe if they have to push it back another year. Again, in this sort of scenario, in my opinion, to keep the team in the area, if you have to push the stadium back, the opening date back a year, and you have to wait a little bit more, that is so beyond worth it.
All right. Well, a lot of good, important points and important things to keep in mind as we continue to watch this process move forward, because as we have seen, it is a process and there are still obviously many steps to go. So Alex Murphy, co-founder of Raise the Roof, we appreciate you joining us. Always good talking with you.
Likewise. Thanks so much.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35. And we are continuing to track the story out of Hillsborough County, the news conference we were able to bring you off the top of the show here, where we have learned a suspect is now facing charges in connection with the disappearance of 2 USF students out in Tampa. The remains of one of those students found under the Howard Franklin Bridge this morning, the search ongoing for that second missing student. And so joining us live now to talk about how investigations like these work, what some of the next steps are, we've got Jamie Copenhaver, who is a former sheriff's detective and investigator, joining us live now via Zoom. And Jamie, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon. I know you had a chance to see that news conference as well. Sad developments to hear from this. Just want to get your initial thoughts about what we heard from the sheriff's office and the latest developments in this.
Our prayers go out to the family and everybody involved in this sad story. They made it pretty clear. They have their guy. They sort of pinpointed to this guy yesterday, and they just didn't have enough, Garrett, to affect that arrest. Moving forward, we see this SWAT operation come into play. But that press conference was sort of encouraging. They have the suspect in custody. They're currently interviewing him at CID. And I can assure you their main focus right now, Garrett, is to recover this missing female student from the University of South Florida. And let's pray that she's well and alive, but it doesn't look good.
Yeah, and so what, if you're the investigators in this case, you're dealing with someone who, was part of that barricade situation earlier today. So, certainly reluctant to, at least at first, to, kind of give themselves up to law enforcement. How do you get answers if you're law enforcement looking for this second student? How are you able to get that information that will lead you to that other student?
I can tell you this. I don't know the investigators, but I can assure you, Garrett, they're the top and the best of the best. They go to some great interview technique schools. And what they're doing, I would surmise, if he's cooperating and talking, they want to get down to his level. They want to humanize him. They want to humanize themselves and build that relationship and trust. And like I said, their main goal right this moment of an urgent goal is to find out where this missing female student is, whether she's alive or unalive, right? So, you really have to use some investigative techniques. You've got to use a lot of kindness, believe it or not. And, you've kind of laid out your case. We know it's you. We understand this happened. Passions happen. Things get out of control. So you want to kind of build an out for that suspect to open them up and get that suspect to start talking freely. With the goal right now of finding this missing student.
I want to talk about how we got to this point in the investigation. Anyway, you talked about some of the, having to button some things up before they could kind of make that arrest. So in a case like this, how do investigators work kind of in the background to get the information that they do need without kind of tipping their hand and spooking whoever may be a suspect in something like this before they're kind of ready to move in and make that arrest or take those next steps?
I mean, the parallel cases, let's look at the Nancy Guthrie case, unsolved, no suspects, but yet we hear they're looking at data, they're looking at science, they're looking at DNA, forensics evidence. I can assure you that they had an idea as to what may have happened, and then you're going to hone in on that individual's cell phone, all of his devices, to see what any activity online, Googling, and then you want to start interviewing students, friends, and family to try to come up with an idea as to what may have happened to these 2 students, to where you develop a potential person of interest. We always hear that, Garrett, it's a person of interest. They don't call them suspects, but you want to develop that person of interest. Then you start fine-combing through data, perhaps some surveillance. It's our understanding that it has everything but the kitchen sink out there, to include drone operators on this investigation, many detectives. So you're going to do all the above. And, here's a lot of things we don't see, Garrett, are the analysts sitting back at the headquarters of the office that are combing through social media, combing through data, through search warrants, and et cetera, to develop you want to fine tune that person of interest and develop them into a suspect.
I want to show some video from the scene earlier today, the Howard Franklin Bridge, where we know that investigators had closed a couple of lanes earlier today because they ended up finding the remains of Zamil Laman underneath that bridge. No sign yet of where that other suspect may be, as we've talked about, and not trying to be gruesome or insensitive at all here. But is it possible that there could still be some evidence where that body was found that could help investigators in this case?
Yeah, absolutely. Once they got the suspect out of that barricaded situation, they started collecting clothing, items, anything of importance or possible importance. And then what you want to do is, you have crime scene techs that are out at the Franklin Bridge processing that crime scene. So we have two crime scenes that they're working at the same time. As an investigator, my first spot would be that river. That perhaps I'm not saying this happened, Garrett, but my concern would be, did the female potentially be thrown into the river or the bay, and her body washed away, and the male subject just, he maybe was afraid of getting caught or what have you, and that's all he could do with a male victim. But they're going to try to connect everything at that second crime scene at the bridge to not only strengthen their case for criminal prosecution, but as you said, to look for potential leads as to where this young female is. It's still a mystery.
And how important is time in this? And how important is it that investigators are able to try to connect some of these dots here in the next coming hours, the next coming days, before too much time passes and it gets more difficult?
I mean, we heard from the deputy chief and the chief down there. It's all hands on deck. So they're working around the clock. And like I said, their main goal right now is to find this missing female. But, keep in mind, you're working both crime scenes. You're interviewing a bad guy, a suspect. You have to put that criminal case together in unison. So, you're going to divide up the workforce into different segments. You're going to have an interview team. But more importantly, you're going to rely on that crime scene team out there to feed you information back when you're interviewing the suspect to make sure things are lining up as you hear from the suspect, if he's cooperating. And then, like I said earlier, you want to look at traffic cameras, anything that could do video to potentially find out when this male body was laid there. And more importantly, were both bodies placed there? And like I said, my biggest fear, one of the female may have been washed out in the bay. That's my main concern. But, there's a lot of traffic cams in that area, Garrett. You guys cover all the traffic cams. They're going to go back and comb those. And what they want to do is build a timeline up so they can go back and get digital video evidence to try to place any of these people together to start that timeline of events.
A lot of coordination, it sounds like, between these different investigators, kind of looking at all these different aspects and the different, kind of parts of this case.
And absolutely. And, I've done your show a bunch, and I like to call it organized chaos. It's a machine, Garrett. Once the machine starts crawling, it's a well-oiled machine with everyone with their marching orders, and everyone has a task. And, the sheriff's office and the PD down there, especially the USF PD, amazing job. I mean, they were on this from day one. They took it serious, right? We hear a lot of these cases where these young people just don't show up or they go missing, and it's like, well, they'll show up when they show up. Not the case here. They took it very seriously, all hands on deck. And today, resulted in potentially the suspect being arrested. One of the individuals recovered unalived. And, like I said, the main cause right now is to find out where the female student is. Is she alive? Is she being held somewhere? Which is all time sensitive, Garrett.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we hope they get those answers soon for if for no one else, then for her family and loved ones. So Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we always appreciate your perspective, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break here, but we still have more to come, so keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Giving you a live look right now in Chipley, Florida. That's up in the Panhandle, south of Alabama, where we're getting ready to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis. Going to be holding a news conference scheduled for 3 o'clock Eastern, so just a few minutes from now. Going to be joined by Secretary of State Ford Byrd, the President and CEO of Visit Florida, Brian Griffin. They are at the Chipley Historic Train Station, and this appears to be another America 250 celebration event. You see Florida Freedom Tour on one of the trucks there in the background. And we also know that there is some sort of looks like a sculpture or something that is covered up with a sheet right now. If you don't know, Chipley is in Washington County, named for George Washington. To the left there, you see what looks like a mini Washington monument. So it very well could be a statue of President Washington that we are getting ready to see unveiled. We know there have been a number of these statues that the governor has unveiled in counties bearing founding fathers' names all across the state of Florida, because there are many of those connections with the county names all across the Sunshine State. So that very well could be what we are about to see. Again, that's scheduled to start at 3 o'clock, so just a few minutes from now, we will bring that to you live on our digital platforms. So if you're watching us right now on Fox Local, YouTube, or Facebook, you will be able to see those there when we continue Fox 35 News Plus at 3 o'clock. Let me also give you a live look. Enron Co Stadium in Orlando, home of the Orlando Storm in the UFL, getting ready for another home game this weekend against St. Louis. The Storm are 4-0, and they are celebrating that and trying to get fans out to the park this weekend for a big game with 40% off tickets and $4 beers during happy hour. We had the chance to speak with head coach Anthony Beck just a few minutes ago to talk about facing his former team this weekend at Enron Co Stadium.
Coach, just talk about being back here and only undefeated team still in the league. People probably gunning for you. Just what's the feeling like right now?
No, yeah, we're really excited about being back in Orlando. Many weeks ago when I was telling the fans that, we're going to supply a great product on the field, we've done that. We're 4-0 now. We get to come home to a great atmosphere, a great stadium, and we're playing a really good team in St. Louis. Just happens to be my former team. I want this place to show out, so I need all the Orlando fans to come out, check us out tomorrow night. I know the Magic have a huge game at 1 o'clock. Mosey on down to our place. Tickets are still available. $4 beers till kickoff. I mean, you can't beat that, right? But we're really excited, man. It's a great opportunity for our city, for our fans, and really for our team to try to go 5-0 against St. Louis.
What's been the biggest key of success to having this undefeated start?
Yeah, I think our players have done a great job of just buying into selflessness. This league's really easy to kind of get yours, right? Come in, join a team, try to get your stats, be really good individually, which we all want, and I'm all for that. But if we play well together as a team and nobody really cares about that stuff in the moment, we can really put something great on the football field. And that's what we've done here for the last 4 weeks. And this goes back to training camp and just the day-to-day process. The players have put it on the field and they've earned it every step of the way. So kudos to those guys. They have to go out there and do it. I just stand on the sidelines and pray that they listen to what I tell them and they go out there and do a great job. And they've done that so far. And can't wait to see them tomorrow at 7 o'clock.
You talked about this being part of this community. You got a parade tomorrow, obviously the Magic playoff game, and then you guys are kind of the final third big thing. How cool is it to see what downtown turns into on big game days and be a part of that?
Yeah, super fired up. I've been around here for multiple bowl games in college. My son played in a few games out here, Pop-Tarts. So I know this area. People really do come out and show out, and it's going to be a fun day. Saturday can be like one of the most complete sports weekends from a standpoint of Orlando fans that you can have. Playoff basketball. It's going to be a playoff environment. We're expecting an awesome game. It's going to be great. Our players are ready, prepared, and we can't wait to come out and show out and do it in front of our fans.
Defense is humming right now. What are you seeing on that side?
Yeah, been lights out. Donnie Abraham's done a great job of just getting these guys, put them in the right spots, and then ultimately our players go out there and make great plays. Banks, Garrett, Beckett, our secondary, they really just bounced back from our Louisville win and the overtime victory. They finished great, but we definitely wanted to be better on film and on tape. So, we came out last week with a purpose, and those guys really showed out, and that's what they can be every week if they want to. So we're looking for consistency from that standpoint, and from an offensive standpoint, point, we've had sporadic dominance throughout the season, but we want consistent dominance, and we're ready to put together a full game. We're hoping tomorrow will be that opportunity for our offense as well.
What do you tell your guys going into this one, knowing St. Louis?
So a lot of excitement for that game coming up tomorrow. 7 o'clock is when the game starts. Gates open at 6 o'clock, and that's that $4 beer happy hour from 6 to 7. Uh-oh, I just did it, 6-7. Anyway, we are out of time here on Florida Live. Appreciate you joining us again. We'll have this DeSantis news conference coming up on our live stream. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Live look right now in Chipley, Florida, up in the Panhandle, where we are waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis. We will bring that news conference to you as soon as it begins. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Russell Dickerson, country music artist, bringing his WrestleMania tour to Orlando this weekend. It's tomorrow at Edition Financial Arena at UCF. He's actually in St. Augustine tonight, and then here in Orlando tomorrow, coming off an electric set at Tortuga in Fort Lauderdale. This tour in support of his fourth studio album, Famous Back Home. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with Russell Dickerson about the tour and the album.
All right, so Russell Dickerson bringing the WrestleMania tour. I mean, one of the elite tour names. How'd you come up with it?
Yeah, man, I wish I remember the guy, but I was just calling in for a normal radio station interview, and the guy just straight picked up the phone, just was like, "WrestleMania, what's up, baby?" And I was like, "Oh, dang." Like I've heard it before, like Russell Sprouts, WrestleMania, all the names, but like for some reason that was the interview that just like clicked, and I was like, we got to make shirts. So they made shirts. The shirts went crazy, and then it just honestly turned into like a whole culture around my music. Like I feel like it's a new era for me. Like, yeah, I had a lot of love songs and stuff, but now it's like Happen to Me, Worth Your Wild, Boat. We got more, just bangers. Like I don't know. I feel like it's a whole brand new. It's like a definition of a whole new era for me.
And speaking of bangers, we're in Orlando, we're Central Florida, but I know a lot of people who went down to Tortuga, and asking them, who was like, how was Tortuga, everything. I think I had at least 4 or 5 people tell me that you were the best thing they saw at Tortuga. I mean, your concert, your stage presence is electric. Where does that come from?
Honestly, I feel like I used to be like in a metal band back in the day and going to concerts like that and just seeing people be so passionate about the art that they've created. And like, it blows my mind that people can just like stand up there and play a song. Like there's moments of like, if it's a ballad, if it's yours, if it's stuff like that, obviously I'm not like running around with the energy. I love what I do. I love what I create. And when I see people out there in the crowd singing and screaming and just like that energy just like enters my body and explodes. Like I don't even know how to explain it. Like I got chills just talking about it.
Have you performed in Orlando before?
Yeah, a good amount, honestly. Back in the day, we used to hit Tin Roof. It felt like there was like 2 or 3 years in a row. We were just like Tin Roof, Tin Roof, Tin Roof. And then, finally upgraded to, I don't remember where we played last, but man, the fact that we're hitting the arena is just nuts to me.
What's the biggest thing that's kind of been behind the scenes in moving up to arenas? Like, what's that kind of process like behind the scenes?
Dude, I wish there was a secret formula that I could tell you, because I would have tried to figure it out earlier, right? I would have done it earlier, but it's just mute the right song. Like, Happen to Me is the reason, period. It's like everything that happened with, no pun intended, everything that happened with that song, the dance and the virality of it. And I wasn't even trying to make a viral dance. People just started doing it. And so I don't know, there's no secret formula. It really just, like, I've learned to really spend a majority of my time in the songwriting process as opposed to the touring or the recording, because if the song is written wonderfully, everything from that point forward is so much easier, and now to go again from the tin roof to the arena that sounds like a headline right there.
And when we talk about Happen to Me, kind of taking it, really comparing it to yours, obviously very different budgets, very different points in your career, but Happen to Me, especially the music video, is so vibrant, full of that joy and that kind of infectious energy that you put into your live performances. I mean, tell me about just recording that music video and just that process too.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it was based around the dance that was all over the place, and just how do we do it in a tasteful way and not just a corny, way. So we just like the marching band, that's a nod back to my roots. I was in marching band all 4 years of high school, and just like having the girls, and like it was a bunch of my wife's friends and some people we had met along the way, and you know what I mean? It's just like I wanted to keep it authentic to who I am. It was I don't think there was probably only a handful of people that I'd never met before, right? And it's just like inviting all these people and from all walks of life just to come in and do a silly dance that somehow united people across the world and families. And, just to see a family do that dance together online is just a special moment.
And how important is it to you to really work with family, to really work with your wife a lot and be able to do all these cool things and really experience this journey with the people that you love the most?
Mm-hmm. It's honestly a lot of trial and error. Like we started off just us because that's all we had. We had no budget. We had no money. And then, once we had success and stuff, we're like, okay, now we can use the big dogs that everybody else uses and, pay X of tens of thousands of dollars.
So that show starting tomorrow in Orlando. You can watch the full interview. We'll have this posted on YouTube and on social media. Here's the unveiling of the statue in Chipley. Governor Ron DeSantis getting some help from family there, and now holding this news conference, getting it underway. Let's go ahead and listen in.
About that in a minute. It's great to be back here in Chipley. I'm joined with our Secretary of State for the state of Florida, Cord Bird, as well as our Visit Florida CEO, Brian Griffin. I know we have Rep Abbott here who represents this area. I want to thank him for being here. And we'll talk a little bit about this statue, America 250, all those other things. But before I do that, we got this guy, Hakeem Jeffries. Have you guys heard of him? I don't know that he'd do very well in Chipley if he ran for office, but he's threatening Florida. Oh, you do the redistrict. We're going to come down. We're going to get you guys, all this stuff. Go ahead. Make my day. Bring it on. I would like nothing better than to have him campaigning all across Florida. I don't know that he would do well here. I don't know he would do well almost anywhere in Florida, and I don't think that's something that Floridians would want to see. But we are not going to be cowed by threats from some machine politician from Brooklyn. It doesn't work that way down here. That's not how we roll. So I know the legislature's ready to go. They're going to get the job done. We got a lot of other stuff in addition to that issue, including our artificial intelligence Bill of Rights to be able to protect Floridians against the excesses of big tech, as well as medical freedom. So, these all the things I protected you from during COVID, none of that has been made permanent in law. They've always made it temporary. We need to make it permanent, because if I'm not here, when I'm not here, you guys are going to need those protections. It's just the way government works. And so those are up, and I know a lot of folks have been very excited about those pieces of legislation. I want to thank Ben Albritton in the Senate. I know they just filed the legislation. It's important. It's important for members. It's important for our constituents that we do the right thing, and we'll continue to do that. Now, brings us to today. First of all, I appreciate everybody coming out. And I always tell people, so no one has done rural more than me in terms of governors. It just, I was the first governor to do events in all 67 counties. When I came, I brought money. We brought money to Washington County. We brought money to Holmes. We brought money to Dixie, all these places. And we do it because it's the right thing to do. But I tell people, you could do the whole thing as governor in a big state like Florida, and you could only go to like 4 places, right? You could go to Miami, Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, and if that's all you wanted to do, you're going to get and you're going to reach the majority of people just by doing those TV markets. And so that's kind of how a lot of people end up doing it. For me, I don't think that that's the right way to do it, so we've been very intent on doing all 67 counties. We're going to go up for round 2. We'll finish it probably more than once around the track with all that. But I will tell you this, when you go to the smaller counties, population counties, and you bring grants and stuff, they appreciate it a lot. Very grateful. The money goes a lot further in rural than it does in some of these others. So I know a lot of people have been very thankful for us being supportive over the years, but I just want to say we've had a lot of gratitude for what we've done, not just in the Panhandle, but even in the heartland of Florida and other places. And we'll continue to do that because we know how important it is. And so here we are with America 250. I think it's really important. I know a lot of states aren't doing squat on America 250. I get it. I understand there's certain strains in our society that tries to act like, oh, we shouldn't somehow even care about the founding of this country and the founding fathers. I reject that. I know it's important. I know it's important because it was a unique moment, not just in the history of the West, but really the history of the world. We had founding fathers who, they had a lot to lose. They were all very accomplished. People like George Washington were very wealthy. And when you're in a good spot personally, a lot of times people don't want to stick their neck out because they're worried they can lose what they have. And so when the founding fathers met in Philadelphia in the summer of 1776 to debate and eventually sign the Declaration of Independence to announce their split from Great Britain, their signatures on that document was not the equivalent of somebody today just popping off on social media. Their signatures on that document, that meant that they were playing for keeps, because the penalty for failure in the revolution was death. They all would have been executed for treason, and so when they pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor, that wasn't hollow rhetoric. That was true. They were willing to do that because they believed that our rights come from God, not from government, that you need to have limited government, you need to have a rule of law, and those were things that were integral to the founding of a republic. And there were all types of naysayers at the time, and you go back and review that, and this is kind of true, I think, anytime. You had a third of the people just wanted to stay put with Great Britain. You had a third of the people that were supportive of the revolution. Then you had a third of the people that just didn't care, or they were too apathetic to even be involved in it. So they really had about a third of the country backing them, and the odds were long, and the military power that they were facing was strong, but they were able to do it and really pull off the unthinkable. But it's interesting. all they wanted was like Englishmen. And that's what they talked about and talked about this rising violently. And when they had just is what it is. I would hate to see what would happen if you had to fight that fight against Britain and you had people like Ilhan Omar as like your leaders. Like, what wouldn't end up working out well? Obviously, she wouldn't want to do it. So you have you really were fortunate that you had people that were really a cut above, and they understood that they were playing for keeps, that this was history on the line, and they were very smart and astute observers of history. They studied the history of every republic. They studied ancient Rome, ancient Greece. They studied all these things, and they wanted to draw lessons from each of them, but really the only lesson they drew, the only common thread in every republic that had been attempted in human history was this. Every single one of them had failed. And so they understood it fell to the people of the United States to determine once and for all, can people govern themselves? Can you have a society in which our rights are natural, God-given rights, not simply the courtesy of whoever happens to be in power in the government? Or are you forever destined to live under various forms of despotism? And that was the question that they sought to answer when they announced the break 250 years ago, and then in the following decade when they met in Philadelphia again to create what later became the United States Constitution. But they understood you could have the best Declaration of Independence in the world, you could have the best Constitution in the world. They don't run on autopilot. They require every generation of Americans to step up, defend freedom when it's threatened, and do what's right so that our heirs will be able to live in a free society. And Benjamin Franklin made this very clear when he walked out of that convention after they signed the Constitution in 1787. He was asked, did you give us a republic or a monarchy? And his answer was a republic if you can keep it. And so I think it's important that we do our part as American citizens, as Floridians, to not only appreciate what happened 250 years ago, but to use that spirit and those lessons as we go and exercise the responsibilities of being citizens. Maybe you're in a political position, maybe you're the governor like I am, but we all have responsibilities to keep a constitutional republic form of government, and it is not easy, and we've got a lot of problems, and we've seen those over many, many years, and so it's an important thing. So we've really leaned in on it, and I'm proud that we've leaned in on it. So the first thing I did on this was we talked to Mount Vernon, where George Washington's home, and we asked for a statue. So we were able to get loaned from Mount Vernon this beautiful George Washington statue, and we put it in the state capitol. So when you walk in, you go to if you try to go to my office, you see GW right there, and it's important. And so we did that, and we were excited about it. But we also wanted to do founding fathers in the counties that were named after them. So we did Ben Franklin in Franklin County. I dropped Hamilton in Hamilton County. We did Monroe down in the Florida Keys, Jefferson County. But we'd already done the Washington State Capitol, but we wanted to do something. So what we were able to do, and we had to get approval from Mount Vernon and from the governor of Virginia to have a replica made of that Mount Vernon statue which is what you see here. So this is not something that we just got off the street. This is not something you're going to find in some pawn shop, even though they're taking down Founding Fathers statues in places like San Francisco and all those other places. They take Washington's name off elementary schools, even though it's fallen out of favor in some places. This is something that is really, really meaningful. And I do want to thank the former governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, who's a friend of mine. He approved this replica being made so we can bring it down here to Chipley. The person that's in there now is a lot more liberal. I don't know if she would have signed off on it or not, but Glenn did, and I want to thank him very much. And so we have this after the namesake of this county. And Washington is somebody that Washington, D.C., Washington State, George Washington University, he's on the dollar bill, all these other things. And so his name is kind of ubiquitous, but we don't really talk about his leadership as much as we should. And it's almost like, it's this guy, this statue, you see the monument, you see some of these things, and then that's it. But let me tell you, we would not be sitting here today as Americans if it wasn't for George Washington. He was the one person that kept this all together in the darkest days of the Revolution, in the interregnum period before they created the Constitution, when they started the new government with him as the first president. There were so many tripwires that could have happened and almost assuredly would have happened had you not had Washington there as really the unifying figure in the country. And the reason why, first of all, he was a great businessman, very wealthy, great in a lot of things. He was not as book smart, quote unquote, as like a Jefferson. But if you had somebody that you wanted to lead an enterprise, you would choose Washington every day of the week and twice on Sunday. It was not theoretical with him. He was somebody that didn't necessarily have the same book smarts as some of those other founding fathers, but he understood how to acquire the knowledge he needed to be able to accomplish the tasks at hand, and he was an extraordinary leader to be able to bring that about. And it goes to the heart of how we even became a republic. Back then, if you won as a victorious general, you would become the monarch. That was the standard practice. So when America wins the revolution, most of the people in Europe who were following this, they expected Washington to become the king of the new United States of America. But instead of assuming power for himself, he went to the Continental Congress and he surrendered his sword and surrendered his commission. Then he got on a horse and he rode back and retired to Mount Vernon. And at the time, that was inconceivable. Even now, it's not really something that would be the norm. But at that time, it was just, oh my gosh, this guy cares more about creating a republic than he does about amassing personal power for himself. So he set a standard there that really has never been matched. And when they were struggling after the revolution, they needed a concept. They needed Washington involved in that. We would not have had a constitution if Washington hadn't gone to Philadelphia in 1787 to be there. And the country would not have, it would have probably just crashed on the runway back in 1789 had Washington not been elected as the first president. But he believed in being a founder of a republic. He believed that, it wasn't that he wasn't ambitious, but his ambition was to be remembered in history as somebody who cared more about the creation of a republic than he did about his personal power. And he set a standard which really nobody's been able to be matched since. The reason why you have a republic, a government of laws, not of men, a limited government, all that, is because nobody's indispensable. It's not about who's in a particular office. People come and go. That's just the nature of it. And it's ultimately the popular consent, the checks and balances, all those things that keep things going in the right direction, or at least theoretically are supposed to. And that's true for this country, except Washington's really the one exception, because he really was the indispensable figure in this country's history. I just think if our young people knew nothing other than Washington's character and his career, that would be a great education in and of itself. And so hopefully having this great statue, which not everybody would have access to around the country, having this here in Washington County will inspire young people to learn a little bit more about George Washington, maybe even some of our adults who didn't get the access to the type of civics knowledge that they wish they had. Maybe you can start to do a little bit more. This is an inspirational figure in this country's history. There are a few like him, and they said at the time that he was first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. That was true then, and if we were smarter now, it would certainly be something that everyone would recognize in this day and age. And so our job is, as we come to America 250, let's make sure as many people as possible know that this great little county in Florida is named after a truly great American. Thank you. Okay, Cord, come on up.
Well, thank you, Governor, and good afternoon to Washington County and Chipley. When I was driving in today, I noticed your motto on the sign out there. It said "Proud Heritage, Bright Future." And I think that really could be the motto for our America 250 program here in Florida. And the Governor mentioned education, and when I look out, I see a lot of young people, and it really is about this whole project of America 250 FL, and Florida being the 14th colony is about educating the young people. And as we're traveling around and putting these statues up in some of the lesser known counties, we're trying to bring attention to you. And maybe you don't want all that attention, but Washington County was founded in 1825 and was one of the original boundaries stretched from the Florida-Alabama state line to the Gulf. It had 100 miles of coastline from the mouth of the Apalachicola River to Destin. Washington County originally included most of Bay County and parts of Holmes, Okaloosa, and Walton counties. It was the first county seat was in Vernon, named after Washington's Virginia home, and the county is home to abundant forest land, which fueled the early economy. When the L&N Railroad arrived in the 1880s, it was first to connect the western panhandle with the entire state. And Chipley was originally built as a depot town to serve the railroad, and the county seat moved from Vernon to Chipley in 1927. Today, forest land still abounds, protecting thousands of acres of longleaf pine savanna. Visitors can experience unique wildlife encounters, and I understand Crystal Lake holds the state bluegill record of almost 3 pounds. Is that still the case? All right, and it's home to Florida's highest waterfall, something we're not typically known for, at 73 feet at Falling Water State Park, and it is home of the Wausau Possum Festival. Yeah. Rep Abbott was telling me all about that earlier, and is an official America 250 FL historic site. Once again, the Governor mentioned education and how important a component this is. And behind us, you see this is the first stop of the Florida Freedom Tour. These two 18-wheelers are going to travel to all 67 counties in the state. One of them tells the history of Florida at the founding, the Spanish, the English, the French that were involved at Florida, and why we are the 14th county. We weren't one of the original stars on Betsy Ross's flag, but a lot was happening here. So that's one of the trailers. And the second one focuses on Florida's rise in the 20th century, and it showcases iconic pieces of Florida culture, from surfing to citrus to tourism, and even a replica bait shop, and as Florida now being the gateway to space. And so it's a fun, eclectic look at the Florida people we know and love. You see all this bunting and all the great decorations. I have to give a big shout out to my staff at the Florida Department of State. They did a wonderful job, and we once again thank you for the cooperation that the city has shown. I know, yep. The Florida Department of Transportation is heavily involved in this effort as well, and want to thank them for their hard work. And if you want to know more about what we're doing, because this is a celebration that will culminate at the 4th of July, but it's going to go on the entire year, and so you can learn more. Visit Florida250fl.com for upcoming events and activities. And once again, thank you for being out here. Thank you, Governor, for your attention to America 250, and have a great day. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Chipley. My name is Brian Griffin. I'm president and CEO of Visit Florida, and I wish everybody at home could see the turnout here today. This is great. This is fantastic. This is what 250 is all about, us coming together and celebrating our country. So really fantastic, and I appreciate everybody being here. Visit Florida is Florida's tourism agency, and it's an honor to join you in Washington County to unveil this important statue of the father of our country. At a time when others have chosen to diminish our history, Florida continues to lead by lifting it up, by placing monuments that remind us of who we are, where we came from, and the virtues it took from our founding fathers to lay the foundation of our nation. And George Washington certainly embodied these virtues. Not only did he lead the Continental Army through the uncertainty of the Revolution, but when victory was finally secured, he did something extraordinary. The governor talked about this. He voluntarily surrendered his power back to Congress. At a moment when he could have claimed power, he chose instead to put the country first. This selflessness and this love of country that he embodied is an aspiration that we all should pursue, especially as we approach America's 250th birthday. So it's fitting that this statue stands here in Washington County, a lasting tribute to the man whose character and courage defined the very idea of America. And as we look ahead to America's 250th anniversary, Florida is all in on telling that story. Visit Florida, in partnership with the Governor's Office and the Department of State, is working to make our state the premier destination to celebrate the nation's semi-quincentennial. From the historic streets of St. Augustine to communities like Chipley and across the Panhandle, we're inviting visitors to explore the places, stories, and people that shaped our country. And that includes our nation's founding fathers in this statue series. And if you want to see them all and go on a road trip, which I highly encourage you to do, visit America250fl.com and click on the Historic Sites tab. You'll see a map that's being constantly updated there with the locations of all the statues that we've unveiled to date. And additionally, Visit Florida is producing a docu-series to highlight historical sites around the state for residents and visitors to enjoy. It might be the only state doing something like this, but it's a great production. The series highlights Florida's rich history and its critical contributions to the American Republic. And these videos have already begun to be released. They also can be found at America250fl.